Good evening, everyone. How is everyone doing tonight? Welcome to the stage of reason here on Bridge the Divide. I am JL. As with me, as always, is Andrew. You can see him hanging out over there. He's also over in the Discord. I appreciate everyone being here. Thanks so much for hanging out. All right, let's see who we have in the live chat tonight. Before things get too popping up, let's see. We got Clive Wells with some obligatory alternative energy. Thanks so much, Clive. Dr. Clive Wells to all of us. Good to see you, Clive. Cindy Johnson as well says hello. Good to see you, Cindy. Juggernaut Jared Reed is here. Says hello, all you fine people. Hello to you, fine sir. Thanks so much for being here. And Caligonchik is here as well. Good to see you in Caligonchik. And I see Jessica Transmit Alchemist is here. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Turtle Moves is here. Good to see you, Turtle Moves, with some more obligatory alternative energy. And there's with even more. We could use all the alternative energy we can get here. Appreciate that, guys. 100th Monkey is here as well. Good to see you, 100th Monkey. And Jinju as well. Good to see you. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Welcome to the stage of reason. Oh, Nameless to All is here. I love seeing new names. Says atheism does not exist. It's going to be hard for you to defend that, seeing as how I am an atheist. Or maybe you didn't word that exactly correctly. But don't worry, that's why we're running a stage. So, I welcome everybody to the stage of reason. As always, this is an open stage. You are more than welcome to join. You just need to hit the link that is pinned right there in the side chat. You can join us on stage to discuss any of the topics that you saw on the screen. We have a bunch of them. Or you can bring your own topic. And of course, if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer those as well. But, it's a range of topics. If you want to talk theology, if you want to talk religion, if you want to talk philosophy, science, really doesn't matter. We take it all. So hit that link if you want to come up, if you have an argument you want to make or evidence you want to present or a claim you want to defend, like Nameless just did. Atheism does not exist, which is not a statement that makes any sense. So, but if you want to defend it, then feel free. Come on up. We'd be happy to talk with you. So remember, this is a stage where we are not really interested in farming clips of people or trying to embarrass people. We want to have these conversations. We think that they're important, especially in this day and age. So come on up. Don't be shy. If you're a Christian, 1 Peter 3:15, bring your defense. We want to hear it. All right. So other than that, we are set up in the Discord, and I've got some feelers out, looking for individuals who may want to come up and talk with us about what we're doing. And, of course, looking forward to seeing who all pops in tonight. Oh, let's see. I had a couple people jump into the Discord. They may be back. I guess we'll find out. But hopefully they'll be able to come over here and request to be on the stage. Until then, I don't know if anybody else has seen it, or if anybody out there is familiar with Pastor Steven Anderson. But I was just watching Dead Domain cover Steve Anderson's reaction to them interviewing his kids, his 4 eldest children, and how they threw him under the bus for being an abusive asshole. And apparently he did a ranting sermon. He did a ranting sermon this past Sunday, I think, where he was freaking out about how evil his kids were for betraying him. You mean basically, telling the press about how freaking abusive he is. So, but he's got 8 kids. So I'm looking forward to when the other ones come of age to hearing what they say when they talk to the press, to hear about the all the abuse allegations that are coming out. So he's not in prison yet, but he's freaking out. Yeah, Dead Domain is definitely living in that cat's head rent free. So let's see. God is an imaginary fiend. You got it, Ralph Humphreys. Good to see you, Ralph Humphreys. Good to see you. And yes, Juggernaut Jared Reed is correct. Knowledge is a tool that religion doesn't want to use. This is very, very true. But I have no doubt we're going to see our fair share. Pardon me. Our fair share of keyboard warriors tonight, as we usually do. No doubt about that. Although I did find it fascinating because it's one thing that popped into my head. Oh, we do have somebody in the Discord. Now, if they're interested in coming up on the stream, the link is in the side chat. if they're interested in talking about if they're a believer, interested in talking about what they believe and why. I guess we'll find out. But one thing that I found fascinating recently, something that I heard about, was this Catholic dude who wants to put a cross on the moon, who wants to erect a cross on the moon in order to remind humanity that Jesus is the king of the universe. And apparently this has been a plan of his that has been in the works for some time, which is disturbing because he's trying to raise the ridiculous sum of money it would cost to erect a giant cross on the moon, and where that money could probably go towards, feeding people. So let's see. And just the the blatant tone deaf, it's so beyond tone deaf. Yeah, 8, damn dude, leave that poor woman alone. Yeah, and hey, Point Relative, good to see you. Thank you so much for the obligatory alternative energy. Yeah, what is it? Steven Anderson is a part of the Quiverful the Quiverful movement, which is like having a lot of arrows in your quiver. So like having lots and lots of kids, especially white kids who you can raise and indoctrinate to vote Republican, is pretty much what he wants. So that's why he's got a whole bunch. But yeah, Catholic entrepreneur Justin Park is spearheading the Cross on the Moon Coalition, which has an official website, to plant a permanent physical cross on the moon to consecrate the heavens. The ambitious privately funded Hope One project faces significant financial hurdles, obviously, as sending payloads to the lunar surface costs up to $1.2 million per kilogram. Because of this, the project has evolved in scale. The plan aims to land an approximately 8-foot-tall metal cross atop a lunar lander that would feature a corpus on one side and be empty on the other side. So it's a crucifix. It's a giant crucifix. They are an 8-foot crucifix an 8-foot-tall crucifix they want to put on the moon. It cannot be seen from Earth via telescope, but the coalition intends to broadcast a high-definition live stream of the cross against the backdrop of Earth. And the coalition is currently fundraising to overcome the staggering cost of space-related construction and transport. You can follow their progress or contribute via the Cross on the Moon LinkedIn, or they use LinkedIn, or the coalition Facebook page. The official website, this dude's from Iowa too. Isn't Leo from Iowa, or is he from Ohio? Let me see. Mooncross.org is the name of the website. I can't believe I'm like putting this out here. That idea absolutely reeks of desperation, by the way. Yes, it does, cruise ship. It really, really does. Look at all the mega churches that won't open their doors to those that are in need, but cry because they don't have the money for more gold crosses, right? Mooncross. Oh, this is wild. Hang on a second. Mooncross.org. This is crazy. Hang on a sec. I gotta see this. So faith has no bounds, spreading God's message beyond Earth's borders. And I guess this is an animation of what they want to do. There's the cross. So a lander, and then Oh, wow. Like a transformer. That's hilarious. That's what they want to do. That's the goal right there. That's the animation of what they want to do. They want to put a lander on the moon that then erects an 8-foot cross. And they want to spend the money to do that. Our mission. Stupid Bible quote. The Cross of the Moon Coalition is a movement that is focused on uniting people through our Savior Jesus Christ. We are on a spiritual mission to send a cross to the lunar surface to consecrate the heavens and remind humanity that God is the King of the universe. Right. Volunteer, evangelize, membership. In other words, give us money. Give us all the money, because it's going to take all the money to do this. Be part of something that is greater than yourself and make hisatry. Right? So we got typos in the actual the website. That's not good. I don't know if I trust anybody to take money and put a lander into space with a cross on it that can't spell history on their friggin' website. Now I'm looking for other typos. Spell Savior with a U. That's awesome. Stable in Bethlehem whilst lying in a manger. Prophets travel from far to adore and worship. Yada, yada, yada. Mentions Copernicus. The coalition's Hope One mission. The cross, the ultimate unifying symbol of grace and glory, sanctifies the lunar surface. Christ's message of peace and salvation has gone beyond Earth's bounds. Well, wait, I thought it was, I mean, not like any life that would come across it would not understand it. Anniversary of the Atonement, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah. No, we'll go with that. So, we're good there. Yeah, I'm thinking, that's a giant scam. That's just a straight up scam. There's no way. There's no way they'll ever put the money together for that. We do have someone in the back. Nameless to all, good to see you. Let me know in the private chat, Nameless, if you can hear me, if my audio is coming through. Check. Excellent. Good to hear. Good to hear. All right. So, Nameless, what brings you up today?
Hello, and thanks for having me. First time visiting. So, thank you, Ellis and Andrew. Christianity, but I know.
I apologize, but your audio's breaking up quite a bit. You're coming in kind of robot-y.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know. I'm not used to this online thing, or I'm not used to open panels or any of this. So, please forgive me. Do I sound any better?
It's just coming in really, really choppy. Is all it is. It just sounds like the connection might not be. I mean, you're in the stage. We can hear you. It's just that your audio is coming in choppy. Are you on a phone or on your PC?
Okay. Phone.
It might be the phone issue. It might be the phone issue.
It could be. I am so sorry.
No, it's okay. So it's all right. We StreamYard is just notoriously not super friendly when it comes to people calling in on their phones. Let's see what I can do. Let me have you do something.
Is there anything I can do on my end? Is it?
Yeah, let me have you pop out and then pop back in.
Okay, I'll give that a shot.
And we'll see if he comes back here in just a second. Justin Park, led by Catholic entrepreneur and NASA scientist Justin Park. Yep, by the end of the decade, the cross may stand in service to the moon. May, if they get the money. That's the kicker. PhD Tony with the, is God necessary? Is it necessary for me to drink my own urine? No, probably not. Right, but I do it anyway because it's sterile and I like the taste. And Nameless.
All right, testing. 1, 2, 3.
That's better. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Oh, and thank
Okay.
you for having me. And nice to see you, Andrew.
Howdy.
Well,
So what brings?
I'd
so what
like to
brings
first
you
of
up
all
today?
say I used to be an atheist, and the reason I say that is there was nothing you can do to make me believe in God. There's nothing you can say. There's nothing you can read to me. There's no preacher that could preach anything that would make me believe in God, especially the God of the Bible. And then one day I cried out to a God I didn't believe in, and something that bent my reality happened to me. And it took me on a journey that led me to, I want to say, to discover the truth of the Bible and God, Christianity and Jesus Christ, that changed my life forever. I don't expect everybody to believe it. I wish that happened to everybody, but I know that it won't. But I do wish that it happened to everybody. I thought it did. The way that it did happen to me, I thought it happened to the whole world. And when I realized it happened just to me at the time, I felt very alone. I questioned my sanity, and lo and behold, here I am. I think I have a lot more confidence and foreknowledge of the things I believe, and a little bit more understanding. Not total understanding, but a little bit more understanding. And so I bet this helps some people, those that don't believe, especially, into why some people do believe in Christianity, and why it's a basis that has lasted a very long time and it hasn't just faded away like other beliefs or other fads. People say they disproved God. I don't believe that. I no longer believe in evolution. I've seen that as to be one of your topics, the first one. And so I went through that whole saga, and I do not believe in Darwinian evolution.
Well, you shouldn't, because that's not the accurate model. The accurate model is the theory of modern synthesis, which combines Darwinian evolution, neo-Darwinian concepts with Mendelian genetics, so Mendelian hereditary features. So there appears to be a lot of science that you might not be informed about. So there's a lot of points that you touched on there, as far as once being an atheist and then all of a sudden having this personal experience that for some reason confirmed your exact interpretation of what you understood Christianity to be. And obviously is not evidence that you could present to anybody else because it was a personal thing. My curiosity, as far as your first thing you said there, because like we could go down the rabbit hole on a whole bunch of things that you said, but as far as the first thing there goes, I understand that whatever experience you had and how you interpreted it had positive utility for your life, likely because you needed it. You needed some sort of positive utility, and that you got it from this experience. Would you say that the positive?
Well, it sure wasn't what I was looking for. It's not what I expected, nor was it what I was looking for.
Yet you called out to God.
To be honest with you, it was the day that I was taking my life.
You
to
called
be honest
out to
with
a
you,
God, though. You said you called out to a God.
I called out to a God I did not believe in, and absolutely. And this is what I said.
Well, if you didn't believe that it existed, why would you call out to it?
Because I said, if there was a God, he wouldn't let this happen. And I started laughing because I realized that I was, screaming out to the air, to something make-believe. and something did happen. Also, I didn't change my
your
mind.
confirmation.
I woke up the next day.
And how did you eliminate your confirmation bias from this experience?
Well, it's kind of funny. When I screamed out, and I want to say I woke up in a hospital. I don't want to go into all the details, but I woke up in a hospital, and I was, pretty pissed, to be honest with you. Not only were all my problems there, I was alive. I didn't know how. I thought it was a foolproof plan of, me killing myself. I'm saying this publicly, I want to say for the first time, kind of to my shame, but the truth be told. And then, a series of events that just kept on leading. And at first I believed in happenstance. I believed that I was the creator of my own destiny. If there was a fate, then I was the one that dictated it. There was nothing, supernatural or divine that could actually lead my life. And I was very certain of this. And then these things started happening that man couldn't possibly do, couldn't do. That led me to a discovery and a journey that was just so incredible that transformed my whole life. And the Bible says, you become a new creation.
Like I said, your adoption of the belief may have positive utility for you, but obviously the positive utility of a belief does not logically entail that the belief itself is true. That you may be convinced.
Well, I mean, I think we all have that.
I don't.
I mean, we could say the same for atheism or Gnosticism. These are the things, we base our beliefs on our environments, on our knowledges, on our experiences. And sometimes we actually change our ideas or our beliefs because of certain things. We no longer believe in Santa Claus. A lot of us, atheists,
that's because
they believed in Santa Claus.
That's because beliefs are not the same as knowledge. So beliefs are propositions that you're convinced of as a result of.
Well, when you're,
you got to let me finish the thought. Beliefs are propositions that you're convinced of, whether by your direct experience or argumentation or evidence. Evidence would be part of that direct experience. So, but beliefs are propositions you're convinced of the truth of. But beliefs are not knowledge. Knowledge is the set of propositions that can be shown to actually be the case. People can be convinced of a thing. Yeah, people can be convinced of a thing and that thing not actually be true, but they can be convinced that it is true. So the key thing
and that's
here
how I feel about atheism.
Well, that's not what atheism is. Atheism is I'm not convinced that any such kind of entities exist because there has been no argumentation or evidence that has been presented that was sufficient enough to warrant belief. That has not met the burden of proof. That a concept can make you feel good does not warrant belief that it is true. I recognize that.
So would you say that you wouldn't say that you're all know and know all the facts, correct?
No, I'm not omniscient. I'm not
would you say that you know? Okay, would you say that you know at least 50% of everything?
I know that the Christian Abrahamic God does not exist. I know that for a fact.
Okay, so would you believe that? Would you say that you would know half of everything that exists, all knowledge and facts, at least half of it?
I don't need to. And the increase.
Okay, but
hang on a sec. You're presenting an argument the same as Joshua Fauerstein did. This has been repeated ad nauseum. The amount of information I don't know is grandiosely larger than the amount of information that I do. The problem is that just because there's more that I don't know than I do know, that does not increase the likelihood that a particular proposition is true. We have to address the proposition on its merits. And so, like I said, yeah, I may know less than 1% of all things that can be known as a human being, but I do know that of that small percentage, I do know that the Abrahamic biblical Christian God, that thing does not exist. It doesn't exist because it can't exist. It is definitionally a logical contradiction. It can't any more exist than a square circle can exist, or a married bachelor can exist. So I know that doesn't exist.
it's funny because different cultures and religions actually believe in this Abrahamic God as well, and they're not Christian or biblical or Hebrew or Jew. And so that would be, kind of interesting. Other people that would say they are factual on these things.
That would just be an appeal to popularity. That's
exactly.
All that is. It was, I said that that would be
popularity.
An appeal to popularity. The popularity of an idea does not logically entail its truth. 8 billion people on the planet could be convinced. 8 billion people on the planet could be convinced of a proposition, but that proposition can be false. So.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we see Santa Claus all the time. We know that we don't believe in Santa Claus, and yet a majority of people start off believing in Santa Claus, and later on, through facts, realize that there is not, right? And so we can change our mind based on certain things that are presented on the things that we're unknown of. Correct.
Right. We have to.
And so if you only know 1% of everything, and so that 9% is actually.
I don't want to talk over each other because he's already having trouble. His audio is already coming in choppy again.
Okay.
The problem, Nameless.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is that you have to be able to evaluate what you are experiencing. If you simply accept a proposition as being true because of the apparent positive utility it holds for you, then that would be a very, very low epistemic bar, especially if you find yourself in an emotionally vulnerable state, like the state that you described yourself as being in, where you are more susceptible because of your emotional and psychological vulnerability. You are more susceptible to accepting anything that will keep your head above water. So you have to be.
Yeah, well, but we're not talking about an emotional thing. It started. So the emotion was me, taking suicide because there was no reason for my life. So many people are living the day not knowing where they come from, not knowing why they're here. There's no purpose in life for them, and when the struggles become too burdensome, there's no reason for them to live. Okay, so that's the emotional part. The rationale part is when somebody actually starts, picking your mind and, let's say, reading your thoughts, knowing everything about it. And the improbability of that happening is none. You might think to yourself, well, there's nobody does start reading your mind. They know everything that you're thinking.
You're breaking up again. You're breaking, Nameless. You're breaking up again. I can't understand what you're saying.
So I feel like the conversation has drifted somewhat because he was talking about incredible things that happened that convinced him that a God exists.
Yeah, we're going to get there. It's just
I feel like that's a more immediate concern, like to get him to delineate what those are. Are they genuinely incredible? Is there any chance? The null hypothesis is that they can easily be explained by natural phenomena or coincidences. And why was he convinced that the null hypothesis was falsified?
There was a bunch of stuff that he expressed in that opening. I was trying to go down the list one by one as to the whole, I started to project his whole rejection of evolution. I was kind of curious about that because that's weird. And then, of course, so he's literally gone from, he says he's gone from being an atheist who is unconvinced that a God entity exists, has a personal experience in a moment of extreme emotional distress, and that convinces him that a God exists, which is also odd because that's not logically entailed. But then again, even being an atheist, he may not be aware of that. He may just be riding the emotions, which is understandable. And then that leads him to start denying reality, which is obviously very, very, I would say is very bad. So, well, until he comes back, Sir Equinox 42, good to see you. Primordial Puggles as well, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Clive Wells says, I enjoy looking forward to Santa giving me presents, so that's why I believe he must exist. Of course. And make sure I didn't miss me. Mr. Andrad, good to see you. Cruise Ship says, Darwin is always a strange hill to die on. As bad as I used to be an atheist, I've never heard someone say that actually knows what an atheist is. I'm still waiting. Agreed. And we were going to get to that because, there was a bunch of stuff that he got that was odd in what he said. and I hope he's able to
Yeah.
come back because I don't know if it was because of how fast he was talking, because he was excited, or he was getting his emotions up, or what was going on, but his phone was
Yeah.
simply not connecting.
There
properly.
are another, there are a bunch of other questions. How did he know it was the Christian God who replied?
Right.
Is why, if he considers the fact that a religion being popular and long lived, why does he not go with Zoroastrianism, which was vastly more popular for a large portion of its for its history, or Hinduism? There are a lot of really strange questions that it seems like he's skipped over and gone straight to Christianity. Clive Wells is very much a Santa fan today, apparently. I think he's using it to console himself. I got up and I checked the headlines this morning, and England were ahead 1-0. And then being in the chat with in the World Cup semi-final, and then I checked the I just checked the headlines, seeing Clive Wells, and they went down 2-1 apparently in the last 5 minutes of the game.
So you're a big football fan, right, Tony?
Not really, no. I mean, depend. What do you define as football?
What club are you a fan of?
In soccer.
Soccer, yeah. It's football for you. It's football for you guys.
Yeah. I mean, but we have Australian rules football. Sorry. Newcastle United. I'll be back.
Okay. Yagi-chan, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Given that I'm not a soccer fan, or there's American football, and then there's like European football, or football everywhere else. But I'm not a terrible fan, a huge fan of soccer, and I'm just kind of curious as to what his thoughts were of the shit stain in chief interceding on behalf of an American soccer player in order to overturn the 1-game ban to have them show up and then lose that game, which I think is hilarious. I just think it's just brilliant. I'm kind of curious about that. I'm kind of curious what his thoughts are. American football, soccer, and rugby. Yeah, my brother played rugby. He played rugby in college. I just thought it was hilarious that the president actually interceded in it interceded by calling the president of FIFA to overturn a red card on an American player. And then the dude turns around and gets to play, and then they lose that game. And not only did they lose that game, they got trounced. I think it was like 4-1. Oh. Well, let's hope that Nameless can come back. Right, Cindy Johnson. I was kind of excited to hear that they lost too, and I don't get excited about anything soccer. I would hate to have that interference taint the game. Agreed. Jessica Transma Alchemist says, I used to be an atheist. Atheism leads to nihilism, equivocating over the definition of believe. We're doing the classics today. Oh, yes, definitely. Thank you for the 5 Australian, Jessica. I do appreciate that. I used to be an atheist. Atheism leads to nihilism, equivocating over the definition of believe. Yeah, all the classics. All of them. Cricket. You got to know what a crumpet is to understand cricket. Angel Rivera, good to see you. Says JLB advised the same rules used to let the U.S. player play after the red card was used to let Cristiano Ronaldo play at the beginning of the tournament. Trump has nothing to do with that. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. I don't know the ins and outs of it. I know that Cristiano Ronaldo is a massive striker. Is a powerful striker. That's what I know, which is why in one of my previous videos, I made the joke of somebody Cristiano Ronaldoing themselves in the balls. That's all I know. I know very, very little. So, and from the little bits I've gleaned from my GameStop days when we were selling copies of FIFA every year, FIFA 2006, FIFA 2007, FIFA 2008, shit like that. Agreed, Juggernaut. The Cheeto in chief didn't want that game overturned to give the U.S. another chance to win, right? He did say they would just say if they lost, then it would be rigged. He would just claim it was rigged. What a chump. Oh, E. Jean Carroll's response about her commentary about him in court when they were in court. E. Jean Carroll's commentary was pretty brilliant. Not understanding why anyone is scared of that man, because he's absolute trash. Fat. What were her words? A fat old man with hair like Tippi Hedren in The Birds, who grunts and wheezes and jabbers and spits like all through it, disrespects his own attorney, and when called out by E. Jean Carroll's attorney, to his face, gets up and storms out of the courtroom. What a chump. Pumpkin Spice Palpatine. I like that. That's funny. Canadian Ollie Man is here. Good to see you. Mango Mussolini. Yep. Good to see you, Ollie Man. Elbows Up Canada. Appreciate you being here. And Jay Verse, hey, good to see you. Says, what's wrong with nihilism? Nothing. Nothing is wrong with nihilism. Nothing at all. Even Forrest Valkai identifies as a nihilist. So positive nihilist, I believe, is what he identifies as. So, but yeah, which is not problematic.
Yeah, joyful nihilist.
A joyful nihilist, right?
Yeah.
I myself am not a nihilist. That's just me. But I can see why. I can see how he could come to that conclusion. But that these things don't objectively exist. That these things are like conventions that come from us humans, which is not problematic in my eyes. It's the same kind of thing that goes around with objective morality and moral realism, moral anti-realism. Got some feedback. Let me do this. Test. Good. Cindy Johnson says, what is positive nihilism? That is an excellent question. And I would want to make sure you got the correct answer.
Do you have an excellent answer, or are we just...
Lost your audience.
Do what?
I'm so glad you asked. Moving on.
Positive nihilism, also referred to as optimistic nihilism, is the philosophical realization that life has no inherent cosmic meaning. But instead of inducing dread, like existential dread, this lack of built-in purpose is incredibly liberating. It absolves you of the pressure to do life right, removes the fear of failure, and empowers you to define your own values and freely enjoy the present. This was a fundamental concept that was invoked by Nietzsche when he was talking about the concept of the overman, of the Ubermensch, that you may have heard, that you may have read about at some point, where it's about the shedding of God does not lead to the failure of society or the destruction of society or anything of that nature. What it leads is to the liberation of human minds, in that we can establish these things for ourselves here on this planet, and we can rise above the superstitious tribalistic notions of the ancient world and march forward together as one species into the future. But while Nietzsche did advocate for that and wrote about it, I believe that was in Thus Spake Zarathustra, when he was talking about that, Nietzsche was so cynical. He was an incredibly cynical human being. He didn't hold that human beings had the capacity to do it. Like he said, we could do it. Like this is a possible thing that humans could do. But he himself did not believe that we ever would, simply because we are so entrenched in the old world. And he couldn't identify what it would take to kind of like get us out of that mentality, out of that mindset, and moving forward into the future. I'm one of the individuals that think that we can do it. And given the length of time between Nietzsche's time and now, I see that it would likely be a tremendous, like a global, I hate to say a global cataclysm, or some sort of global event that unifies human beings together to look beyond the trappings of the past. And I think, what was it? I think if you were to look into a kind of like a micro example of this, in a microscopic example of this, and this is going to sound so silly. So feel free to laugh at me. I know Tony will. But it was back in 2016 when Pokemon Go released. Okay, and Tony's gonna laugh. But if you look at the world societally speaking in 2016 when Pokemon Go released, that franchise is such a worldwide phenomenon that for a brief window of time, vast swaths of people were united in their love of that one thing. You could watch and see massive crowds of people who normally would probably never come together for any other reason other than that shared love. And so of like all different backgrounds, all different races, all united by the commonality of a shared love. It's very, very rudimentary in its scope, but it shows that human beings do have the capacity to identify things that we love in common with one another, and that thing, when put forward as something that is very important, when brought forward as a large, majorly important thing, can bring us together and unite us, moving towards a common goal.
It was also a phenomenon notable for people risking and losing their lives.
That was, it was outliers that did that. I'm looking at the grand scope. The grand scope of it was massive unification. Now, the difference is that how we get from that kind of like microscopic example to the macro is we would find the thing that all human beings cherish and have in common as a species. That would be the important thing that we can all unify behind, and then that becomes the goal that we all strive towards. So I imagine it, if I were to use another fictional thing, I would imagine it as like Starfleet, in the sense that human beings in a post-scarcity society, are able to set aside the trappings of the old world and push forward with the focus on knowledge and the attainment of understanding as the primary driving force behind humanity's existence.
I mean, it's it's an optimistic thing. I'm a little less convinced about the viability. No, Starfleet is not my specialized subject. We have established that before. Also, I don't particularly understand in Star Trek how Starfleet came to be human dominated. Was nobody else doing anything useful before the humans showed up? Like, were they all just sitting around?
Well, no, because Starfleet started on Earth, and that began. So it was human centric from the very beginning. And when they expanded out into the Alpha Quadrant, that's when they encountered. After Zephyr and Cochrane's run, they were able, that attracted the attention of the Vulcans. And so after being introduced to the Vulcans and making first contact, that's when the Vulcans and the trade that occurred between them, that's when the Vulcans opened up the rest of the Alpha Quadrant to what would become Starfleet. And Starfleet was the driving force for building things, and humans were behind it until alien civilizations and treaties were formed and alliances were formed that alien species began to join Starfleet, which is how we got Worf and the Andorians and other individuals who came in and were a part of that movement.
I have watched First Contact, but First Contact doesn't answer. And First Contact behind Galaxy Quest, I think the First Contact can make a claim to be up there with one of the best Star Trek films ever made.
Picard.
Though I think Picard changing his tune, he made a good speech and it was right. This far and no further.
No farther.
Yes, that's right.
We'll make them pay for what they've done.
And I think it's a great speech. And he kind of deserved to stick with it. But what it doesn't answer is sort of what the level of interplanetary communication and trade was, and why there was no attempt to set up an effective interplanetary government until humans appeared on the scene and set up Starfleet. Like,
Well,
it
I think
doesn't.
you
It
mean by
doesn't
you mean
seem-
by the Vulcans, and because humans weren't the first to get there, the Vulcans had already established, and so had the Romulan Star Empire, and as had the
Yeah.
Klingons. And so Starfleet pushing out is when they encountered them. So they were already established. Starfleet was a little late to the game when it came to that.
But even so, it's presented in a lot of the. It's presented in a lot of the Star Trek, particularly in the original episode. It's just presented as fairly natural that humans are going to be the dominant force, and that they're going to do everything, and it just seemed, and it is one of the flaws, I think, with the Star Trek universe, in that all of the races are basically defined by personality types.
They're each archetype. Yeah, I could see that. Klingons, Romulans, Vulcans, Bajorans, Cardassians. Yeah, I see it. One thing I thoroughly enjoyed.
Whining that. Yeah.
One thing I thoroughly enjoyed about Deep Space. One of the things I love about Deep Space Nine was it took the shine off of Starfleet. Is when they introduced Section 31, which is kind of like, because people would always ask, like, how do you get and maintain this level of galactic power? The positioning. Starfleet shows up late to the game, and then within this short amount of time, with no civil wars and no shit go, like the Klingon Empire went through crap, the Romulans and the Vulcans went through crap. Everyone's gone, the Cardassians and the Bajorans, everyone's got their conflicts going on. But all of a sudden, Starfleet shows up on the field, or the humans show up on the field, and then bam, Starfleet is what it is in a very relatively short amount of time. It's like, how the hell did that happen? And then when they start opening the door to, it's like, there's always going to be dark actors in the background facilitating the survival and the forward momentum of the movement. Those individuals that the CIA, the NSA, the scary people behind the scenes, and that's what Section 31 is. And I love that they brought that in, because people would say, oh, it's ridiculous to think of a utopia. No, but it's not ridiculous to think of a utopia that is built upon the blood of anyone who would built upon the bodies of anyone who would threaten it, which is what Section 31 is. And I was like,
and that's where I kind of think that your image, you're like everybody being, sort of motivated by Pokemon Go, or motivated in some positive sense. Just evolutionary pressure. You've read The Selfish Gene. You know that, there's evolutionary pressure towards people with antisocial personalities.
True.
And towards people with social personalities. You're never going to get one dominant over the other, because the more skewed you become, the more advantage there is for to be of the opposing personality type. So yeah, you'll always get those people who actually want to do antisocial things, or enjoy doing antisocial things, and will look for some framework. Some, like the fact that a lot of corporate CEOs are sociopaths. If they were not in the positions that they are, for instance, the CEOs of health insurance companies who get to end the lives of people and are unbothered by it. In another format, they'd be considered criminals. But there's a forum there where they can legally indulge and express their sociopathy. I kind of think that there are going to be people trying to do that all the time. I did ask Nameless Nameless is back in the chat.
I see that, yeah.
And
I gotta say,
the Bible told him what was happening to him and gave insight to perspectives I would never consider. That's not meaningful.
It also says, is Star Trek now a reality to base atheistic logic? And I thought Santa was bad. Okay, number one, we're just talking Star Trek because there was a prior aspect to that story that I was using to analogize something that that someone else in the live chat brought up, a philosophical concept that someone in the chat wanted information about. And so and kind of like expressing an idea of like optimistic nihilism in that respect. So I was just walking down that path. It led to a conversation about Pokemon Go and Star Trek as like examples of like what human beings are capable of, at least in a kind of like conceptualization, a sense of or a conceptual sense, which I think is possible, you know, possible, difficult, but still within the realm of logical possibility. Also, you're more than welcome to come back up on stage, Nameless. I mean, it's like you got the audio figured out. The only reason was your audio was breaking up. So when you say things like, of course, wisdom doesn't make sense to the ignorant, we never got around to when I was asking you, like, I wanted to ask you predominantly, like, did you apply any type of critical examination to your process here, which I don't think you have. That's the key.
Well, again, I was quite a dedicated Christian for 35 years, and it's and so to claim that I'm ignorant of Christianity, or to claim that you can convince yourselves, you can be absolutely convinced that something is true and something is real, and that you are having religious experiences of all sorts, and you're just sort of using set thought processes to manipulate your brain chemistry. It's what meditation is all about. It's what a lot of religious experiences are all about. It's how cults are formed. It's simple social programming and the use of basic neurochemistry. It's nothing. Creation was designed. Okay, that's a claim. In which case, why, if creation is designed, why does the sun give us skin cancer?
There is an enormous, if you're talking about like design from an intelligent designer, there is an enormous amount of, especially one that you claim that loves its creation, there is an enormous amount of waste, death, and suffering that is inherent to the system that you would have to account for. That is not necessary that the system could be made in a way that did not have such waste, death, and suffering. That,
for instance, I could create a universe in which there is there are no carnivores. We don't need carnivores. In fact, you could also create a universe in which there are no parasites. If why are these not possible for God? Why was it not possible for God to do this? Why did he create reality in the way that he did? And 99%, well, not 99%, but a significant percentage of Earth is absolutely hostile to human life. Go to the bottom of the Mariana Trench and see how long you'll survive without technology. Ditto Antarctica. Go and sit in the middle of the Pacific and see how far you get on your own. Like the claim that that the Earth is designed for humans. No, if you wanted it designed for humans, you'd make it very different.
I do want to jump in here real quick and acknowledge that I Killed Earl. I Killed Earl is in the chat. Good to see you, Earl. Thanks so much for being here. And I did hear about the kind of like unfortunate circumstances that that Earl is dealing with as of recent, with some health stuff and some housing stuff. So I do want to take this moment right here to put forward that there is currently put together by some members of the community, some awesome members of the community. There's a GoFundMe that is currently active to assist Earl with the major issues the hurdles that she's currently facing. I'm going to paste that link in the side chat right now for anybody who would like to check that out or share that to anybody who's able to donate to that cause. So it is right there. I put the link in. Y'all can see it there. And I hope that anybody, if you can share it far and wide to anybody who might be able to support that, or of course support yourself if you're able to. That will definitely go a long way in helping one of our favorite members of this community get over some recent hurdles that she has encountered. So I know that will be greatly appreciated by all of us, not just her, but by all of us, to see her able to make it through the other side of that, So we'll definitely keep abreast of that and make sure that that gets shared wherever we can, so we can hit that goal in that GoFundMe. So there's the link. Put it right in there. You see it there. And good luck to you. Definitely, Earl. I really hope we can get you through that. So all the best. And I'm glad that you're here. Thank you so much for hanging out. As well as Jay Patrick. Good to see you, Jay Patrick. And Host of the Demon. Good to see you. Appreciate you being here. Cord Lizard Mage. Appreciate you hanging out. As well as Musashi. Thanks so much for being here. And I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. I think we are. Oh, Average Joe Cool Atheist. Oh, thank you so much. JL Rocks. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I think we're good. I think I caught everybody. So I will say this. Of the two people in the chat, Nameless was up here earlier, but unfortunately, Nameless's audio was breaking up. And Espresso Jack. Good to see you, Espresso Jack. Hello. Unfortunately, Nameless's audio was breaking up a bit. So maybe Nameless can come back when they get their audio sorted out. That would be cool. If not, and Weirdo Rock Hyrix. Sorry about that. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. So Nameless, you're willing to come up. We're not dismissing what you're saying without any basis. We have basis. Okay? Just like I can rationally justify my position as a non-believer, there is nothing in my worldview that is logically inconsistent. So I'm not concerned about that. But I can point out that there are some serious issues, epistemic issues in your worldview. And how you're kind of jumping the gap from belief to knowledge. It's really problematic in that respect. But that's a conversation we'd actually have to have. Not to mention all the points you mentioned, like talking about evolution is not true. That's patently false. And we can show how it is, in fact, the case. And it's probably based upon that you might have a faulty understanding of what evolution is.
He seems not to have any understanding. He's asking questions like, does the brain precede intellect? Does the brain evolve before intellect? Does blood evolve before the heart, lungs, etc., and veins? These are questions for which there are explicit answers.
Yes.
But Nameless, you could go and read a biology textbook, a textbook on evolutionary biology, and you could get the answers to your questions. It's not the job of a YouTube chat to answer your questions. But since you insist, the brain developed before intellect, because the brain is a strict prerequisite to having an intellect. The blood or something analogous to blood existed before the other organs did, and the other organs were required or developed in response to increasing sophistication of the system. These are not contradictions, and there are well-established evolutionary pathways by which this can occur. The development of the reproduction. How long did man have to evolve for women to become to have a reproductive system? Reproductive systems were developed well before there were such things as human beings. And the development, there were for a while animals that could develop either by binary fission, by self-replication, or by sexual reproduction. For a while, they were able to do both. Before and there are still some animals that can that don't need an exchange of gametes in order to reproduce. There are still lizards and fish that can reproduce via parthenogenesis. Interestingly, with the lizards, they reproduce more quickly if they have sex. If they rub up against one another and excite one another, they produce more eggs. They don't need to, in order to have eggs, but they have eggs more frequently if they do have sex. So the your understanding of how reproduction works is and this is by no means, I'm not a biologist, I'm not a specialist in biology, but there are lots of examples and lots of detailed information that it was developed by the process of evolution. It was not developed by a who, it was developed by a what. It was developed by a process.
So there's a lot of answers to these questions.
They must, it's okay for you to not know this stuff, but wandering around in a public chat, irreducible complexity is not a thing. There's nothing that's irreducibly complex.
So, Nameless, you're more than welcome to come up on stage. The purpose of the stage is not to have these long conversations with somebody in the chat. Okay? The whole point, but there's even this with all of the scientific discussion, and we even have Austin Sims in the back, who probably is the best one to talk about the stuff in this field, who can shatter all your illusions about what evolution is and what it entails. Okay, but these topics are going to be completely irrelevant when it comes to like a God concept, because I think there's some notions regarding God concepts that I don't think you're familiar with, that would kind of like bridge that gap between belief in a God and understanding that these naturalistic phenomena are accurate in the way we describe them. That evolution is in fact the case, that abiogenesis is most likely, that abiogenesis did happen, and it most likely happened a certain way, but we're slowly but surely figuring that out. And that these things don't contradict a God depending upon how you define that God and how you view it interacts with things. They're two separate concepts. But they are, you can bridge the gap between them. There are many theists who have done that. Okay? Even the Catholics accept evolution for what it is. So
I have to express something here. I'm just so fucking annoyed by Nameless. You are here asking questions that any 8-year-old can ask and can read the answers to. And you are pretending that some of the most intelligent scientists on the planet have, for hundreds of years, not considered these questions and not developed answers to them. How fucking stupid are you that you imagine that the rest of the world is equally stupid? Is there nothing in your life that is more complicated than you can make? Is there nothing in your life that is more sophisticated than you personally can construct? Do you not benefit from technology that is so phenomenally, brilliantly conceived and executed that you wouldn't have the first idea of where to start? But here you are, a pathetic ignoramus in a YouTube chat, presuming that because you can come up with a question, nobody else in reality has ever considered it and come up with an answer. Wake up to yourself, you fucking non-entity. Okay. I'm done. As long as Nameless, will you shut up and fuck off? The reproductive ability existed before humans did. Animals were able to reproduce sexually before humans developed. That I am angry with you, and frustrated with you, and really, the fact that a human being living in the 21st century can be this fucking ignorant and this fucking stupid. Self-inflicted. You have chosen to be this stupid. You have chosen to be this dumb. You have chosen to cripple your own intellectual ability. That is, you have, in words that I've used before, you have vandalized your intellect. You have broken yourself. You have turned your brain from something that works into something that just generates stupid, fatuous questions. Look at and you keep on doing it. You persist in asking these stupid questions. You know what? Okay, we can do without that. And his rationale for arguments, like I believe in Christianity because Christianity has been around for long and lots of people believe it. Lots of people used to think the earth was flat. You fucking dickhead. Lots of people used to think that diseases were caused by miasma. There are lots of people now who think that vaccines kill people, right? He'll come back in a little while.
Another successful sacrifice to crack Tony.
Right. So you put that in the chat. It is such a fucking waste of a human being. Like, this is somebody who could be doing something constructive with their life. But I'm not even trying to say you shouldn't have your religion. Stick with your religion if it brings you comfort, if it gives you mental health, if it gives you emotional balance, fine, stick with it. But stay the fuck away from science because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
All right. Jay Patrick says, can you tell Tony to at least ask before throwing away the toy so no one else can play with it?
It's just outside. It'll be back in a few minutes.
I see Espresso Jack is in the back. Espresso Jack. Can you let me know in the private chat that my audio is coming through and that you can hear me? I want to make sure that there's no bugs on no bugs on StreamYard's end. And because Espresso Jack has never been up before, I want to give this opportunity. How's it going? Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in good. A lot better than the last individual.
Awesome.
What brings you up today?
Yeah, well, I'm an atheist, so I don't know if you're looking for debate only or what have you.
Well, just looking to talk to believers about what they believe and why. Maybe address the topic of the stage, which is God is unnecessary, religion is chains, or any of the topics that are on the screen. But I like to bring up people if they have questions, like if you have questions about things or if you're just popping in to say hi.
Oh, I have something to add to the Christian nationalism one.
Okay.
I don't know if you heard about Tennessee's Republican candidate for governor, Monty Fritz.
I don't know much about the individual. I've been super focused on Oklahoma, which is where I'm at.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm in Tennessee, and I've been fighting it. But he calls himself a Christian nationalist. He admits it himself. He wants to outlaw Muslim calls to prayer and, if possible, ban Islam, along with Buddhism, Hinduism, and what other religions he considers pagan. He wants to treat abortion as murder, even denying the morning after pill to rape victims. And he also wants to outlaw same-sex marriage and criminalize sodomy.
What's this guy's name?
Monty Fritz.
Monty Fritz,
Yep.
Tennessee State River. Oh well, he just looks the part, doesn't he?
Absolutely. They all do in Nashville.
Member of the
I'm fairly certain that there's not much in there that Will Duffy would disagree with.
What part of the world are you from?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm from Australia.
Oh, okay.
And we've got our own. In fact, you look at John Hamm, you look at is Ken Ham. Sorry, Ken Ham. That's the one. We've exported a lot of our religious dingbats to the US, but we still got a lot left.
Thanks, we appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome. You're welcome for Rupert Murdoch as well.
Oh my. Oh yeah, the guy who owns Fox News.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Wow, this guy is a real piece of work.
Yeah, when I was in Nashville protesting the split of Memphis into 3 different districts, right after the civil rights interpretation, he wore a Trump flag and paraded inside the cabinets with the sergeant of arms and the state troopers protecting him from the protesters that were screaming and yelling at him.
He sponsored it.
Daunting.
In 2024, get this, Tony. In 2024, Fritz sponsored a state bill banning geoengineering, which was widely criticized as being influenced by the chemtrails conspiracy theory.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to some extent, geoengineering, the geoengineering as it is sometimes used is the idea of somehow putting something into the atmosphere that will combat the effects of anthropogenic global warming. And it's not an idea without some merit, but it's also potentially extremely dangerous. The early, for instance, one of the early things was sulfates, putting sulfates into the air, but they catalyze destruction of ozone. So you destroy the ozone layer and you'd remove a significant protection of the from ultraviolet rays. It's it is an extremely dangerous technology that needs a great deal of care before it can be introduced. But just outlawing it, I think, obviously, it's a tool. It's not a moral thing. And chemtrails, they don't exist. So I think I heard him, Monty Fritz, say that because he was asked if this would also apply to Judaism. And I think he said something along the lines of, I think you're trying to get me into a gotcha or something. So like he only cares about Judaism and Christianity. Yeah.
This guy
but not even Judaism.
This guy in 2020 January, he gained national attention for calling for the execution of the parents of trans children. Fritz stated, I think that anyone who would try to disfigure a child through hormones or surgery, you might be eligible for capital punishment. It was GOP candidate for governor of Tennessee wants to execute the parents of trans kids and doctors who help trans kids.
Okay. He's a rabbit nutbar who should not be anywhere near the levers of power.
And he's already in it.
I'm going to have to head off. But thanks for having me on so that I can yell at clouds, JL.
Not a problem. Anytime. When's your next debate coming up? Do you have one?
I don't have one scheduled. So
I keep finding out about these odd channels that you're engaging in debates on, that I have not come across. So
yeah, I'd recommend against Raging Tomato. Like they've got right wing sympathies, and sort of the crowd that they attract is also they would say that they're not right wing. They're wrong. But anyway,
gotcha. All right. Care. Take it easy, bud. Thank you so much.
Nice meeting you, Espresso. Take care.
And Average Joe Kulethi says, I just challenged Kent Hovind to debate chemtrails. He declined. Well, that was one thing. It's like getting him to debate. Yeah, at least I will say this for Hovind. At least there's some positions that he holds correctly. He recognizes some conspiracies for what they are. I thought Clive Wells. I thought Tony had a debate on the Raging Trekkie channel. It wasn't science and bad. It was QAnon D-bags are correct. True. Take it easy, Hosa. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Thank you. All right. So, but yeah, now I'm aware of this guy. I wasn't before. I've been focusing on what's going on here in Oklahoma, and seeing how the Democratic candidate we have, who's going for the governorship, now that Governor Stitt's tenure is up, he's up. Now that the incumbent is out because he's at the end of his term, seeing if the Democratic nominee has the ability to actually win, which I don't know, but at least we're putting somebody up.
luck to your fight.
Cindy Munson is who's going up against going up against the Republicans for governor of Oklahoma. I don't know. Got a good background, I'll say this, but I don't know much about her politics. Kind of like came out of nowhere. But I looked at her background. She's got a pretty solid. It's not like she's just like coming out of nowhere with no background whatsoever in politics. She's got a good established background. She knows her way around Oklahoma. The question is, can she actually win? Especially,
Sorry, didn't you guys get rid of Ryan Walters not too long ago?
Well, Ryan, the pressure on Ryan was becoming so extreme that he eventually just bowed out himself.
Yeah.
And there's still legal things that are going through the system that are haunting him. But he bowed out and took a job in the private sector as part of like an alt-right think tank. But nobody has heard shit from him. So, but no doubt, good riddance to that piece of shit. And immediately the Oklahoma Board of Education started cleaning up the mess that he left and trying to undo all of the damage that he did. But in a state where 58% of the people just voted against raising the minimum wage because they believed the corporate lie that doing so would harm farms and corporations.
Oh my gosh.
It was
Walmart. How they won't be able to give their people a low enough wage so that they can get food stamps so that they can go and spend it at the place that they work. Ridiculous.
So I don't know how much chance Cindy's got. I hope so. I agree with some of her stuff. She wants to invest in public schools and raise teacher pay, which is a good thing because Oklahoma is the worst in the nation. Provide tax relief for everyday Oklahomans, lower healthcare costs for Oklahomans, and repeal Oklahoma's abortion ban. So she's been making her way around, but she has not come anywhere near me yet where I am. So I don't know if I'll get a chance to like go to one of her rallies to hear her talk or maybe ask her questions. So I guess we'll find out. Have
you done anything with your state reps?
No, not personal. The only time years ago I did a call to one of my state reps. I did a live call to one of my state reps about I can't remember what issue it was, and it wound up being a good thing because the state rep was against it, and it wound up not getting passed, which was a good thing because I found out their position on it. And that was an interesting call, but not directly. I've been focused predominantly on my local community in the city that I live in, and in particular the ward that I live in, because in the city that I live in, there are 6 wards, and I'm in Ward 4. And so I've been looking at what the city council is doing and trying to see like how I could assist in those endeavors. So it's been kind of like where my focus has been. There's things I'm identifying within the community, which I don't know. Maybe I've thought about throwing my hat in for city council. I've thought about it, like as a possibility. I don't know jack. I think I'm a pretty smart person, but I don't know jack shit about like playing the politics game, which may work in my favor, maybe not. But I think there's some issues here in the city that I think need to be addressed that the city council is dropping the ball on. I don't know.
I know all about Jack's shit, and I think you have what it takes to cut that turd. Awesome.
My fear is that I would campaign and I would be like, I'm going for member city council representing this ward. Yay, I'm going to do this. And we're going to focus on these things. And then, whoever wants the seat, because obviously I think I would have to run as a Democrat. But I think they would.
Did they make you register as a party for city?
I'm registered as a Democrat as a voter in the state. So I think that would come out.
I don't think that they put those on like local ballots.
Maybe
I'm not sure. It depends on where you are, but
I know. But if it comes out that I'm an atheist and I run a YouTube channel where I make atheist content and I knock down religion, that might be pretty tough to swallow in a state as arterial red as Oklahoma is.
Do they have church voter guides in your city like they do mine?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, that's something to look into because the church is what the probably the most prominent church is part of a group that sends out the email with questions.
Biblicalvoter.com, Oklahoma voter guides.
Yep.
Yeah,
There it is.
let me see. Christianvoterguide.com for Oklahoma, iVoter Guide, so Oklahoma State Election Board, Judge Voter Guide, Ballot Peter. So it looks like ChristianVoterGuide.com.
I've been fighting this Christian nationalist fight for like a year and a half now. It's a deep rabbit hole.
VoterGuideOK.com. Voter Guide Oklahoma, a great source for Christian voters. Party platforms, Reagan movement,
Yep.
Reagan movie issues. What is regionalism? Unconstitutional flock cameras. There's something that we agree with. It's actually one thing that I would like to do is I'd like to see the flock cameras taken out of the city.
A lot of these groups are actually libertarian.
Vesta Freya, good to see you. Says these policies seem reasonable. Does she have any chance considering it is Oklahoma? To be perfectly honest, Vesta, I don't know. As reasonable as her policies are, and as much as I agree with them, and I think a lot of Oklahomans do agree with them, I think the vast majority of Oklahomans, probably above 70%, would agree with anything that gets our schools out of the basement. I think that they would. So I don't know why anybody wouldn't be behind that. But we're talking about a state where education is so bad that that 58% of the voting populace was able to be convinced that voting against raising the minimum wage in the state was in their best interest, because their understanding of the economy and their understanding of how these things like this work is fundamentally flawed. They bought into the corporate lie that raising the minimum wage would hurt businesses and hurt the economy, which is just flatly false if you understand economics and how increasing the purchasing power of the people does not harm businesses by forcing them to pay a higher minimum wage within the state. It doesn't hurt them because it merely reduces their obscene profits, which they have plenty of in order to pay workers a living wage, which was the whole point. You increase their purchasing power, you stimulate the economy by more people having the money they need to secure their housing, secure their basic needs, and go out and buy luxury shit, which here in Oklahoma really pretty much stretches from, boats to TVs and maybe some farm equipment, or maybe here in Oklahoma, as far as that goes, there's not a lot of. You're not going to find the major extravagancies that you would see like in major metropolitan areas because of the kind of culture of Oklahoma. So, I don't know. I honestly don't. I don't know if she has a chance. I really hope she does. She's got my vote. So when it's time to vote, I'll be out there for her. I hope I get a chance to meet her and get a feel, kind of take the temperature and see what she's about. I know that she's not progressive, which is a good thing, because if she was a progressive Democrat, she probably wouldn't stand a chance here in Oklahoma. I'm hoping that she is not too moderate is the key. We need someone with some progressive progressive ideas, but doesn't present them as an extremist and as an extreme progressive Democrat, but more on the left side of moderate, I would say. So, and if she wins, hopefully she doesn't make too many fucking concessions, which would really piss me off. BV, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Angel Rivera says 10 worst states to live in for 2026. Tennessee, Texas, Indiana, Louisiana, Georgia, Utah, Missouri, Alabama, Oklahoma. Right. I get that.
By the libertarian group, I mean, obviously, that they believe everything should be anti-government as it pertains to homeschooling kids and, owning guns and stuff like that.
I don't know. But like I said, I'll be there voting for when the time comes around in November. We will definitely see what happens. Lindsay Bowe, good to see you. You just missed Tony. Tony was in here going crack a Tony on someone in the live chat. Hopefully, I mean, I see that Neo has gone away. Nameless has been timed out.
I think Nameless was trying to get his goat.
Yeah. Cord Lizard Mage says your depiction of Oklahoma sounds nothing like Tulsa King. Yeah. I think Tulsa King got a lot wrong. I've been through Tulsa many times. It's literally an hour south from me. That is a wildly fictitious depiction of Tulsa. If you want a good example of the culture of Oklahoma, check out that Ethan Hawke show over on Hulu. Ethan Hawke did a show called The Lowdown, which is actually a story that's based on actual Tulsa history. If you want a good sense of like Tulsa, especially Tulsa itself, but Oklahoma culture, definitely check out The Lowdown. The Lowdown is far more accurate because it's based on actual Tulsa history and not something like Tulsa King, where Taylor Sheridan wants to give this romantic commercialized version of Tulsa. So, but The Lowdown, magnificent show.
I'll have to check it out.
Oh yeah, he is so good in that. Just fantastic. And it's based on a real guy who was a staple of Tulsa. As far as he was an investigative journalist who lived a pretty interesting life when you dive into his biography. But he was instrumental in revealing the truths behind things like the Tulsa race riots. So, really, really hardcore dude. Like, he's an awesome guy. Kind of an eccentric loner, but nonetheless was a staple of Tulsa community as an investigative journalist. Kind of like I said, kind of a weird, eccentric dude. But Ethan Hawke does a magnificent job portraying him, and the story is just fascinating in that. So, but that's a good example of Tulsa, I would say. Let's see. Yeah, it's true. It's a cost of living issue, is what it is. The cost of living here in Oklahoma is not as high as it is. Obviously, it's not as high as it is in some places in the nation, but it is definitely not great. It is the minimum wage has got to come up. It does. It's got to match it so that this up and coming generation that is never going to leave Oklahoma because they simply don't have the prospects to do so. They need that opportunity. Raising that minimum wage. All of those kids that are coming out of high school, they need to get those jobs to get on their feet. We need that stimulation into the economy. And so that additional tax revenue from things being bought, from people's individual purchasing power going up, we need that tax stimulus so that we can put that money back into schools. So, but of course, the vast majority of Oklahomans were convinced that that was a bad thing. So,
I mean, just getting right out of college, when I went into an apartment, it was about $450 a month, and when my sister was about the same age, it was about $680. And now my half brother, he is looking at paying $1,200 a month for an apartment in the same area. So, and I'm about 10 years apart.
Yeah, the real estate market is completely jacked. Vesta Freya says, imagine the horror of having people being paid a living wage and not having to work 3 jobs just to tread water. Right. How terrible that would be. What an awful world. It's crazy. So,
but all the billionaires would leave. What would we do?
Yeah.
Pedophilia rates might go down.
Dude, I'm one of those individuals who holds that a billionaire class is given what we initially were trying to accomplish in this country, the existence of a billionaire class is immoral. That I hold it's a profound immorality, and that it needs to be curtailed. A human being does not need $100 billion. No human needs that. No, right. They could never spend it within like 10 generations, and so at a certain point, like if you as far as like survivability and what you can attain, There's no difference between, I mean, and what you would, I mean, as far as like things that people need, like 200 million, 250 million, 500 million would be just fine. Like $100 billion, get the fuck out of here. Jeff Bezos, eat your giant like dick spaceship. Okay. Fuck
Didn't
Elon
his
Musk
wife
in the
just
ass. So.
donate like millions of dollars to charity?
Exactly. She is an example of how a billionaire can maintain positive growth while dumping ridiculous amounts of their wealth into charitable organizations.
Mm-hmm. And
It's
she
just,
still has plenty enough for her and her kids to.
right. It's just her growth is
fantastic
not going
lives.
to be as extreme as Jeff Bezos's is, because the
Right.
greed is going to fuel that, because he's going to have more money to buy, more money to fuel that cycle where it dumps more wealth into his pocket, or more, more wealth into his pocket. She may not have that level of growth, but it doesn't matter. She's making the world a better place in the little way that she can. So,
Is that in Austin? I see.
not sure where she's at. All right. But we don't have anybody in the back currently. If there are any believers in the chat, we'd love to chat with you about what you believe and why. What's up, Austin?
Do I sound like crap, or do I sound okay?
You sound good.
You sound great.
Great. Yeah, no, I came up because Tony was asking this question about why does this guy ask these dumbass questions in a YouTube live chat, and I had a theory about it, and I wanted to share it with him, but he dipped out before I could. So I guess I'll pose it to you guys. I think that on some level, people like what's his name, Nameless, are aware that they are choosing mythology and folklore over verifiable science facts and empirical evidence.
Okay.
And so that is causing distress. They feel distressed about that. And so attacking science helps them feel better. It helps them, like, you even see them call evolution a myth. They'll say it's a religion. They'll literally use that tu quoque, and I think it kind of betrays that kind of mentation that's happening. Is that they're just feeling distress over the fact that on some level they know they're believing in the equivalent of the cow jumped over the moon over something you can actually support with evidence, and it makes them uncomfortable. So poking you in the eye or trying to poke a hole in evolution, it makes them feel better.
That's exactly why I said I think they were just trying to get his goat.
Possibly, yeah. But anyways,
there's no way
right
someone can just deny that much information.
Well, you would be surprised. I mean, humans can be very overconfident. It's probably the most common cognitive distortion we commit, is just being insanely overconfident. Thinking I watched a YouTube video, so I know more than the entire scientific community. It was a great YouTube video. It had great comments on it. So yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I think Nameless was the equivalent, though, of like closing your eyes, plugging your ears, and going no 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 about like the entirety of middle school and high school.
Right.
They even made it.
Well, I do have some people in the Discord. If there's any believers in here, we'd love to talk to you. Like believers in a God or anything, we'd love to talk to you on stage. The link is in the side chat.
I can comment on the main theme of the episode, though, too, is that religion definitely felt like chains for me. Like I even like equate my like deconstruction as like I was in a cage and I was chained up inside this cage, and the chain was just not being willing to push on the walls of the cage, not being willing to test if I could actually even walk out of this cage. And once I took off that chain of not being willing to, try it and question it and be critical about it, it fell right apart. I walked right out, and I kind of think this is true. Like anybody can just walk out of the religion at any time. The cleverness of the cage is that it makes them too afraid to even try. But if they do try, they'll just walk right out. It's not hard.
It's a paper
But yeah.
tiger.
What did you say? Sorry.
It's a paper tiger.
Paper tiger. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a
according
fun
to Cord
concept.
Lizard Mage, Nameless stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night. That's a good reference. That's a good reference, Cord. Really, really good. All right. Well, hopefully we'll have somebody pop in. I've been putting out feelers across Discord. I cannot wait till I can incorporate TikTok into this so I can open up those doors and maybe get some more conversations. Don't know who's going to come along, but we could review some content while we're waiting for someone to come along.
You got some derp for us to chew apart?
I think I do. LOL. Just have JL yell at Atheus. That will cover your workout soundtrack. That's true. Yeah, I try not to. Crackatoni is the one. Tony's the one that goes Crackatoni on everybody. I try to keep that to a minimum. That's just that's just me. So
It's just better for your health.
true.
Yeah, that's fair.
But Andrew did send me some links. Oh, I gotta do that. I was working on a script earlier, which I'm definitely going to make a call. I can't review that, but it's this one from Chris Stefanik, who is a Catholic, and I am tearing that shit apart. I love videos where I get the opportunity to do like research and dive into things and find sources and pull stuff apart. Just exposes their ridiculousness. Those are my favorite. Those are my favorite videos to respond to, or my favorite part of like responding to theist content.
Yeah, well, I'm not the first person to have said this. I think Tony Reed beat me to it, but young Earth creationists kind of accidentally taught me real science because they would claim some bullshit and I would look it up and I would find real science, and it kind of ended up contributing to my career. So in a way, thanks. They helped create an evolutionary biologist. They're their own worst enemies.
Nice. The last stream on Sunday, the Sunday stream, Andrew gave me a video from Dr. Derek to review. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
I haven't seen him.
So Dr. Derek, he's got 4,500 subscribers. He's building his channel. It's Dr. Derek McAllister. He's a Catholic philosopher, has a PhD in philosophy, apparently. And his goal, so he sent me, Andrew shared a video with me called The Logical Problem of Evil Has a Fatal Flaw. And I got so pissed towards the end of that thing that I actually got a stomach ache.
Oh my.
So because he just descends into like classic apologist bullshit of essentially, like know your place, don't ask questions, yada, yada, yada. It was so infuriating. And plus,
was it all just thought terminating sentences or
he brings up Alvin Plantinga's response to the logical problem of evil. And Plantinga did this, Plantinga published this thing where he was like, there's this flaw in the logical problem of evil. The logical problem of evil doesn't hold any water anymore. And when you dive into what Plantinga did, it's all just proprietary definitions and a complete and total abandonment of logical consistency. It's just bullshit. It's absolute quackery. Anybody who has a PhD, I think, has a legitimate PhD in philosophy. I don't even have a bachelor's in PhD in philosophy, and I recognize the problems in Plantinga's shit. And I think that Plantinga is a complete quack. And like seeing his face, I want to just punch it. He just infuriates me because so many people cite him, and that's what Dr. Derek did. He was basically he did a video on Plantinga's response, and we just responded to it. Andrew and I responded to it, just tore it apart. But yeah, Van the Man brings up Plantinga is at Turek level, better at philosophy only so he can bamboozle better. Yeah, and it's weird. Yeah, bachelor's and PhD. I don't have a bachelor's. I don't even have a bachelor's in philosophy. That's not where my educational background is. Maybe I should go to college and get my degree in philosophy. But yeah, he aggravated the shit out of me. And so I don't know if I want to cover Dr. Derek again. I see that he talked. I see that there's a year ago he went on with Justin over at Deconstruction Zone and got cooked over there.
I'm more of a Diogenes fan. Just pluck a chicken and humble a philosopher.
Yeah. You know, Diogenes said that in a rich man's house, the only place to spit is in his face.
Mm-hmm. Told Alexander the Great to get out of his sunlight.
Yeah.
The only thing he can do for him.
Yeah.
He's a crazy man.
Oh,
Very based.
Look
Andrew,
at
is
that
this
kid using his hands.
Can married people even get a bachelor's degree? Hashtag deep thoughts. Andrew, if you could share me one of those links, unless I can find one.
Regular or extra ragey?
Give me an extra ragey one.
Okay.
I'm in a mood.
So we want to directly pass go and punch ourselves in the dick.
Sure.
Put some sauce on it.
Get some facepalm protection ready.
When the video makes me yell "fuck you" at the camera or "fuck you" at the video, that's the kind of shit I'm looking for.
Okay, yeah, Catholics are definitely the best start for that. Holdsworth.
Oh, fucking Holdsworth, man.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
What's that? A face in need of a fist? What? Yeah.
Oh, Brian.
Yeah. Brian is such a derp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a good thing, all right.
Derp is definitely the word I'm going for with that. Let's start on some bite size. Let's see how this goes. Of course, I'm presuming you'll probably want to download this on the back end. Give me a second here.
Pete Hegseth says the military will test troops' testosterone levels.
Hmm.
How funny is it going to be when he fails the testosterone test?
Did you see that video of him like just weak, like just totally broken wristed trying to lift weights with the members of the military? That shit was hilarious.
The pull-ups are my favorite part.
Broken wristed, weak ass piece of shit.
Yeah, real. I would have served, but I would have popped the drill sergeant type MF.
Didn't he get kicked out of the military or something?
I don't even recall. He might have. I don't think he actually served.
I think he did.
Did he?
I know he has some military experience.
So Andrew has shared with me this video entitled, it's a little over 5 minutes long, and it's titled, "How Do We Know That God Exists?"
Oh, this will only take about 4 hours.
How do we know?
And the answer is you don't. But let's see.
He was major. He was ranked major
Okay.
in the army.
All right, one sec this time. And
That's interesting
Oh, we got
since he
somebody
has
in the-
all those like
Yep.
Christo-fascist tattoos.
Oh yeah.
Ever been
The
asked?
Crusader one.
all right. And who is this? Who is this by?
Brian Holdsworth, I think he said.
No. I just was classifying the kind. By the time I get to it, I said I'd start with something bite-sized. You know, I don't want to shock you too fast. You know, it's kind of like you don't take these meds on an empty stomach. You know, we need to get a little something down first.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, let's see what we got here. So, the title of this is "How Do We Know That God Exists?"
Have you ever been asked by someone, or maybe asked yourself deep down, if God created everything in this world, then who created God? And how can we be absolutely sure that God is real when we've never even seen him?
We are starting at the bottom of the barrel. And
Yeah.
we've got ourselves a nice little putty knife to start scraping with.
So I never asked this question because, like, if God created everything in this world, then who created God? I never asked this question myself personally, even in my deconstruction phase, because I understood that the concept of the God that I was indoctrinated as believing existed was uncreated. So I never. But then again, I mean, there's a lot of like logical stuff, a lot of philosophical stuff I wasn't familiar with at that time. But I never asked that question. How can we be absolutely sure that God is real? We've never seen him. This is a question that a child asks, or someone with very little understanding of, like, I would say philosophy and logic, or maybe even epistemology, who hasn't like fleshed out their own individual epistemology. But that would be a question that you would ask early on: is how can you be sure, or how can you establish that God is actual real thing when you've never seen any evidence of its existence that would say that exists, that is not logically, that is logically consistent. So I can say that.
Does it say
These are
who this
class-
is made for?
This was likely made for believers. Rarely are these videos made to be critiqued by atheists.
I meant like
Or-
age range.
Oh, probably if it was probably just anybody who comes across it, to be honest.
Never even seen him? These are classic questions that often spark huge debates. Today, we're going to learn together how to answer those doubts. Let's open our Bibles to Hebrews 11:3.
All right, so obviously this wasn't made for non-believers to critique, because going to the Bible as though it's a source on whether or not the God exists is problematic, because the Bible is the claim. As virtually everybody in this live chat knows, the Bible itself is the claim and is not the evidence in and of itself. It is a book that is written from believers, like literally written by believers to reinforce the beliefs of other believers. And so it's assuming that the God exists with like virtually every piece of scripture. It is operating under the assumption that the God is there. And so, but we can examine this. If he goes by Hebrews 11:3,
By faith we understand that the universe was formed at God's command.
okay, so that what is seen was not made out of what was visible. So this is not something that back then could be confirmed in any empirical way. So if you understand if you understand what was going on in the world at the time and the level of technology that they had, obviously making grand statements about the universe would not be a thing that they could do with any kind of like empirical certainty. They were just looking up at the sky and looking at stuff in absolute like wonder and incredulity. Look at all the stars. If you imagine a world with virtually no light pollution, what that would look like. So they say by faith we understand that the universe was formed at God's command, so that what is seen was not made out of what was visible. This is just reinforcing the idea that God created everything, that God willed everything into existence, everything that is not itself into existence. And it's by faith we understand that. Understanding what was meant by faith in the ancient Hebrew is that it is a feeling. It is something that they, as in a sense, kind of intuit or feel to be true, but it's not something that they know to be the case. Because even in ancient Hebrew, they understood the difference between like things that you feel are true and things that you can show to be true. And so, which is why the use of the term faith there. So it's something that they just feel. It's not something that can be confirmed. So Hebrews 11:3, even from an epistemological framework, doesn't get you there by its own words.
So that what is seen was not made out
Sorry. No, go ahead.
of
Let's hear
what
it now.
was visible. Let's tackle that first question. Who created God?
Obviously, by definition, nobody, because you're going to define the God as being that which is eternal and uncreated, the uncreated creator, the uncaused first cause, whatever.
Friends, to answer
Well,
this,
you'll do that if you want to be coherent. I've heard all kinds of incoherent conceptions of God. Why can't
Right.
God have a mother or a father or something like
Wasn't-
that?
Wasn't there a god or set of gods, a pantheon that was from Titans? I believe it was.
That'd be the Greek.
Yeah, the Greek
That would be
gods.
the Greeks, yeah.
Yeah.
They ate of the flesh of the Titans or something. Hello.
we need to understand the difference in existence between animals, humans, and God. When an animal dies, its existence is over. It went from non-existent to existing, and eventually to being wiped out. Humans are different. We were once non-existent, and then we were born. We became. But when we die, our souls aren't destroyed.
Obviously, that begs the question of the existence of souls. You got to show that they do exist. This is all an assumption of that the theology is true. Thank you so much, Jessica Transmetal Alchemist, for the 5 Australians. Says that voice, that patronizing high octave, that cold and controlling slow pace, the calling card of dishonesty and manipulation. Yes, it certainly is. And thank you so much, Jessica. This is obviously assuming the truth of the theology, because they're like, he's operating from that. So this is definitely not made for non-believers. This is just like to answer questions that ignorant theists might have.
It may be for people who are struggling or have questions because it has a calming tone, like Jessica was saying, and calming and reassuring.
Yeah, at the start of the video, they did say that it was to help, answer those questions for the believers. So this is the target audience. So it's just to either head it off at the pass, or to actually just proactively, go and try to provide a response.
Here's a major kicker here. It says question 1, who created God? To understand God's origins, we must, technically wouldn't have origins. We must first understand the different categories of existence. The problem with that is that when the statement is made, a thing exists, you automatically invoke the laws of logic. Because in order for a thing to exist in like the philosophical sense of the word, when we're talking about things that are real, okay, or things that are concrete, that stand in causal relation to other things by virtue of their interactions or their intercedence upon them, the idea is that God is an entity that is an entity unto itself, that is not identical to anything that is not itself, and that when you're making statements about it, then you're not making statements about anything that is not it. And it is not equal. So the law of non-contradiction, the law of identity, and the law of excluded middle are all invoked when you say that a thing exists, which means it's a thing that can be categorized. It is a thing that occupies a category all its own. There's the God category, and then there's the not God category, which is everything that exists that is not the God itself. And so that automatically, by saying that it exists, you're kind of like walking into that, and you have to address those. You can't say that it exists and then argue yourself out of those logical constraints that are entailed by the statement that you make. So, which we may see here.
But JL, God exists outside of time and space and matter.
Now, this person also has just done a funny thing, because they're going to try to describe God as being uncreated. Meanwhile, the byline below question 1 over there says, to understand God's origins. Oh, so it has an origin.
Right. Yeah. I was wondering, like by definition, their God doesn't have an origin. It's always been. So.
And this person is going to help others understand.
Right.
Yes. The blind leading.
I maintain that the only way to understand God's origins truly is to understand that gods are fictional characters that evolved through human storytelling, basically. And it started with the soul, and then the soul realm, and then gods came along afterwards. And that's how you actually understand God's origin. But go ahead and make whatever shit up you want in your pretend world, your prescriptive definition, I'm going to go with the descriptive one.
Yes, yeah, Ryan Murphy, I pointed that out. Can we address at the start that the Bible is the claim? The minute they invoked the Bible to answer a question when they went to Hebrews, that automatically is circular, because the Bible is the claim. The Bible is the claim that the God is there, and if they are using the Bible to try and interpret that, then like as evidence of the God's existence, then it's obviously not going to work. So, but we can address the kind of claim there is like why the Bible fails in the statements that it makes, because it's acknowledging that all of these things that are being posited, that they simply accept them on faith, which is not a tool for epistemology. So it's a tool for reinforcing belief through like appeals to emotion and shit, but it's not going to get them to a God, especially knowing that one exists. So
you guys know about the napkin religion, right?
The napkin religion?
Yeah, the napkin religion. The napkin religion is the one true religion, and you know because it says so right on this napkin.
Because it says it on the napkin. Gotcha.
You just write it on a napkin. You got the napkin religion.
Will continue to live forever in eternity, whether in heaven or hell.
Yeah, I don't want either of those things. I don't want to exist eternally. That completely devalues the experience that I have here on Earth. It devalues the like 70, 80 years that I'm going to be here. An eternal existence is valueless, so it's not something that I would want. If such an entity existed, I would prefer annihilationism.
And you know what? Eternal existence is so freaking terrible, whether it's bliss and paradise or chaos and pandemonium. So it doesn't really matter, heaven or hell. Eternal existence is going to end up being effectively torture. And it'd be so easy to fix it if you were an all-powerful, all-knowing God by just making it, all blissy and, nirvanic, and just making it a really, really long existence instead of an eternal one. You get to hang out as long as you want and check out whenever you want instead of having to exist forever. And it's such an easy solution that even a TV show figured it out, The Good Place, and it's a great TV show. If you haven't watched it, you should watch it. Anyways,
right.
Go ahead.
Humans have a beginning, but we don't have an end. So, what about God? The Bible says, from everlasting to everlasting, you are God. God has no end in the future, and he also has no starting point in the past. He is absolutely eternal. Because he doesn't have a beginning, he doesn't need a creator. God exists all on his own.
Oh, poor animals. Animals don't get sicker, which means if heaven exists, I'm not going to see my dogs there. So fuck this God. Fuck this God and their bullshit system.
Yeah.
Now for the second.
How can people say these claims with such confidence?
Because those snakes belong beneath our heels. I think that's the apologetic anyways.
Is that it? I wouldn't know.
Question. How do we know God exists if we can't see him? Imagine you're walking through a completely deserted forest. Suddenly, you come across 3 stones set up like a campfire, a pot sitting on top of them, and water inside the pot. What does your common sense tell you?
That there's another person there, because I have prior experience of humans doing things like setting up campfires and making things like pots. I have no prior experience of any kind of a God making anything or any kind of tree being designed by someone. So I have priors. They're important. And hey, Kasplaticus, good to see you. So this is disanalogous. This is the watchmaker fallacy.
Are you going to think, wow, what a coincidence? These stones and this pot just evolved and arranged themselves? Of course not. You'd instantly know. Somebody definitely made this and put it here. If 3 stones for a campfire demand a creator, what about this incredibly complex universe?
No, this is just bullshit. It's not analogous. The two things are not in the same category. So, and it's a fallacy of composition to say that what is true for parts of the system is true for the system itself. So there's no prior experience of a God existing or a God doing anything like creating things. So this just doesn't work.
I have no idea why they decided to say, do you think 3 stones just evolved into a campfire?
Yeah.
What the heck?
Being religious is like finding those 3 stones in that pot and going, this was all arranged by Maguthu, the cosmic walrus, And if you refuse to acknowledge Maguthu, you're a heretic, and I have to slaughter you and all of your children. That's what being religious is like. So I wouldn't. It's not a great comparison, but go ahead.
I like this. Spam goes here. Good to see you, Spams. It's 3 stones, and he shows 6. 1, 2, 3.
Well, it's Christian math.
Yeah,
1 equals 3.
And yes, for Equinox, the universe is not an artifact. That's a good point. So,
The sun, the earth, the moon, and everything in it operate with amazing order.
no, they do operate with a degree of order per how we describe them with the laws of physics, but there's no intention for why they operate. There's no like telos behind that. That's again begging the question. So assuming that these things are the way they are to facilitate human existence is just the height of fucking arrogance.
It makes zero sense to say that this universe just happened on its own.
No, we don't say that it happened. You say that the universe is. Very simple. Because it's still trying to bake this like the starting point into it, trying to like literally with every terminal, with all the terminology they use, constantly trying to bake in the idea that everything is caused and therefore there must be something that causes it, that everything moves, therefore there must be a first unmoved mover, whatever they can do to try and bake in the notion that there is this telos behind the universe, and they can't show it. So
Creation always points to a creator.
So demonstrate that the universe is created, please. Show that this is analogous. Like show that instead of just like assuming that and making the category error. They can't. That's why at the very beginning he gave away the game when he cited Hebrews 11:3 with we take this on faith. It's all fifis. It is not evidence. It's not evidence. It's not knowledge. It's all fifis to make you feel special.
Yeah, and you take it on faith because otherwise you're not going to get to see grandma ever again after she dies. So just believe and you will. And if you question it too much, dang, you missed out. But the reality is you were never going to get to see grandma again. So whether you question it or not, you weren't going to get that. If you question it, at least you're aware of it.
Pascal's wager.
I thought it was because you were going to slaughter me because of Maguthu.
Well, you know what? I think the grandma thing is how religion gets started. And then you have demented, deluded people who turn it into a Maguthu thing.
Hexas.
Does that make sense? Yeah, exactly. Great example. Yeah.
And don't follow Maguthu. Follow Snoo Snoo. Snoo Snoo is so much more fun.
Death by Snoo Snoo.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. You end up with multiple Maguthus, right? You end up with the Maguthu and a Yahweh and an Allah, and all their believers are just killing each other, saying, acknowledge my invisible God that built the 3 stones in the pot. And all of the atheists are sitting here like, no God made those stones in that pot, but we're not telling any of these lunatics that.
But I can't see God, right? That's true. John 4:24 says God is spirit. He's invisible to the naked eye. But remember, just because you can't see something doesn't mean it isn't there.
True, but that is irrelevant to you. Just saying a thing stands in causal relation to other stuff. The things that we can't see that do exist, we can detect and we can observe their effects. You cannot ascribe anything as an effect of a god because you don't know what that is. You cannot demonstrate the causal relationship between it and anything that is not itself. You have to start by assuming that it's there, and then you have to interpret things through the lens of that prior held belief. So no, there's no way to logically infer this.
The imagery is insane here. I mean, we got Einstein teaching a class, and then the kid saying, has anyone seen or touched the professor's brain? No? Conclusion? As if it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And then, of course, that if this individual was intelligent, then he would say, I'm thinking that probably is supposed to be Einstein, would probably say that would be a category error because his brain can be imaged. If he needs brain surgery, it can be touched. And it's not the same category because his brain is a material thing, whereas they're claiming that their God can't do stuff because it's spirit in nature. Which is funny because that's not a rule or a law of the universe. that the that's not a rule or law of the universe that the God must necessarily follow. And we know that from the Bible itself. So the God could show up anytime, and it could corporealize itself in any way that it wants and reveal itself in any way that it desires. Yet it refuses to do that, per the argument from Divine Hiddenness. And I like that PhD Tony points out a student too stupid to take off their backpack when sitting.
Yeah, AI slop for you, right? It makes me happy that no matter how good AI gets at stuff, it still kind of fucking sucks. Yeah, no, I think that being pedantic, I could say people have seen and touched God. It just happens in their visions. It happens in their dreams and hallucinations. It happens in stories that they've told themselves and over time become convinced is true. Like they've implanted a memory in their own head. And you can have experiences of God. I just think God is not a real thing. It's just a side effect of human experience, right? It's something happening in the human brain with things like the parietal lobe and the neocortex, and it's just an experience in your brain. So,
right.
Yeah, I'm starting to ramble now. I hope
like
you
that.
get what I mean, JL. If I'm making
I like
sense.
that. Clive Wells brings up, I've never seen a full bottle of whiskey. Then again, I live in the same country as Sir Sick.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is I wouldn't say exactly what the guy in the first panel said. I would say something more specific, and I think my more specific version drives the point home way better. But it's not necessarily wrong to say that not having seen God is a pretty good reason to infer that God might not exist. But yeah.
I think it's more of just a suspension of that belief until more evidence is shown. For me,
right? Yeah,
and
like
Jessica,
if you've seen God, then it's no longer rational to not believe that God exists. But if you haven't seen God, that could be a good reason to not believe it.
And Jessica, Transmetal Alchemist, thank you for the 10 Australian, says, what order? Heavier metals formed from nuclear fusion. Modern suns formed from ancient supernova. Planets formed from cosmic collisions. The universe is a gigantic laboratory of chaos and physics. Agreed. Like that. The order that they're talking about is implying the telos, that the things are ordered the way they are in order to facilitate a particular outcome, that outcome being the existence of humans the way that we are. It is straight up the height of arrogance that human beings are intended to be this way. It's just beyond silly. There's no point.
It's like an emergent property. Have you ever seen the toy with the sand, and then whenever you flip it upside down, it like goes into the columns and it aggregates more towards the middle than the outsides?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like that. Like that, it's not out of chaos. Order happens. It's just inevitable.
Story about an atheist professor who stood in front of his class and asked, has anyone here ever seen God? No one. Has anyone ever touched God? No one. Conclusion: God does not exist.
That would be a very dumb professor, because that would not be smart at all.
Is this an AI voiceover?
Yeah, I think it is an AI.
Yeah. Voice over your own video on your own goddamn channel.
You're breaking Austin.
How much ground are you going to see to the clankers?
Austin, you're roboting.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, you're roboting. You're roboting out.
Am I still roboting?
I think you'll be okay, but you just started roboting out really hardcore there.
Yeah, I knew it was an AI voiceover when I started hearing it because of the
go ahead.
What is it called? It's like when you're speaking, the like pitch and tone changes throughout what you're saying. Do you know what that's called? I don't know.
Modulation?
Kind of. Oh well, I'll find it eventually. Continue.
A Christian student.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. that would be very, very dumb of this professor to ask this question, because obviously that does not logically follow. It would say that because that would, I mean, you could do it, but it would be a non sequitur. So has anyone seen or touched God? Yeah, I mean, you could infer that. The best you could infer with that is that if the God does exist, then it exists in a way that cannot be empirically verified. So that would be that. But just saying it flatly does not exist, no, that's not sufficient for that. So that would be a very dumb professor to ask that question.
Javers 79, exactly, cadence. AI has a really tough time with cadence.
Right.
Raised his hand and asked his classmates, "Hey guys, has anyone here ever seen our professor's brain? Has anyone ever touched his brain? No one. So..."
Okay. So obviously the student would also be dumb because it's a category error, as we already described. And now he provides this one because this example here is also a category error because he's got electricity. We don't know what it looks like. Is it round, a triangle? Is it invisible? Well, technically we do. We can see it under certain circumstances, but as far as electricity, just like, being visible under conditions, no, it is not. But the visible impact, but we can detect its existence. We can detect its effects, and we can do things with it and use predictive models to do things with it and predict the outcomes of what will happen when we use it. We can modulate it. We can do all kinds of things with electricity. So we can't do any of that with God. This does not apply. This is disanalogous because electricity is a material thing that has effects that we can measure, and we can even detect it. It's not even invisible under certain conditions. So yeah, its effects are undeniable. That's not with the God, because you can't determine that the God is there at all to say that anything is an impact of the God. At least when we saw the impact of electricity before we visibly saw the electricity, we could at least measure it, and then we could go back and determine that it came from electricity. So we could do that. At least we could work backwards from the effect to the source. We can't do that with the God entity. So it doesn't.
And obviously electricity looks like pixies. I mean, I've been shocked hard enough to know that.
I've been tagged by an AC unit a couple of times, so I know its real effects are undeniable to me.
Oh, conclusion. Our professor doesn't have a brain. Think about it. We can't see electricity. What does it look like? Is it round? A triangle? We don't know.
Depends upon the medium it's traveling through, really.
But we know electricity is real because we see its effects. The lights turn on, the mic works, the fan spins. And if anyone still doesn't believe electricity exists, just tell them to grab a bare wire. They'll believe it real quick.
Cool. What can I grab that shows me that the God exists, or shows me the effect of the God? What can I empirically interact with that confirms that the God is actually there and is doing a thing? Nothing. Zero, which is why this is disanalogous. This is a straight up category error. And Javer says, "Ooh, 240 volts, 240 volt AC. No thanks." Yeah, getting tagged your first time, that'll definitely wake you up in the morning. Not great. Still, the weirdest one I ever did, that ever got me, was I was changing the light bulb in a refrigerator, and the light bulb aims towards the back, so you can't see the light bulb to unscrew it. And I took the old light bulb out because it was burned out, and I went to replace it. And when I put my hand back there, I was trying to fit it in there, and I accidentally slipped my thumb into the socket, and my whole arm came alive, up to my shoulder, and kind of danced before I got my thumb out of there. And my thumb was numb for about an hour after the fact. So that was really, really weird. It didn't hurt. It just kind of and then my thumb went numb. Yeah, I stunned it. But I've been tagged pretty good on AC units, on a breaker box. I got hit on a breaker box, which was pretty bad. That would hurt like a motherfucker. And I've been tagged on car batteries at times, which at this point is not so painful. But the AC unit was a surprise because I accidentally hit my elbow on the capacitor, which is how I got tagged on that one. So, but direct from the capacitor to bare skin was pretty painful.
I got a cattle prod and electric fence.
Ooh, fun. I remember Team Skeptic had one of those shock collars that he was using for a live stream, and that shock collar did nothing to me. So
they're not fun.
Yeah, spam brings up an electrical arc is enough to make it visible. Okay, technically that's not the electricity being visible, it's the excited matter in the path of the breakdown in plasma channel, but yeah. So we can see its direct effects. So point me to the thing that I can like physically interact with that demonstrates that the god that the god must necessarily be there to facilitate that. They can't do it. So, which is why doing this whole like appeal to the material to justify a belief in the existence of the immaterial is just fucking silly.
Andrew's,
might not be able-
comment's pretty great. Student attempts to prove electricity doesn't exist, finds the test results shocking.
Shocking.
to see God with our physical eyes, but His work, His creation, and the impact of His presence in our lives are very real and something we can truly feel.
No, you can be convinced that what you are feeling is a result of the God, but it doesn't indicate or logically follow that the God actually exists, because people can be convinced of things that are not true. So none of this appeal to emotion is not going to get you there. It's not sufficient. So this is like kindergarten shit.
It's a little worse than that, because with electricity, you can do the repeated experiments. They have a single experience. They've attributed it as creation,
right,
and then attributed it to an individual. So they've actually done everything with only one instance as an inference rule.
And they've attributed it to that thing, and they only attributed to that thing because they've been indoctrinated to believe that that's the only way to interpret what they've experienced. So it matches that experience. And any other experience that doesn't match that, they don't attribute it to that. So they only do it in the way that they've been indoctrinated to do. Weirdo says, but JL, are you saying that my brains can be wrong? They can. The brain is a bastard. It is. It really is a bastard organ when it comes to like pattern recognition and value assertion. It's really terrible. If
you can demonstrate the thing that you're trying to show to everybody to be true, and then they can see the evidence, then that would be different. Because then you would have multiple sources knowing that that was an actual thing.
Right.
So your brain can be wrong, but if the general consensus to a repeatable demonstration is the same, then yeah, it's likely true.
At the end of the day, friends, the ultimate proof for Christians aligns perfectly with what Hebrews 11.
And right there, so the world's formula, let's look at this. The world's formula, see it first, understand it, have faith, believe. No, it's not have faith. That's bullshit. And why they went to heart, they go to the heart because it's just representative of emotions. No, we see it, we test it, we understand it, we make predictions with it, and then we can verify those things and we can repeat them, so on and so forth. We can confirm things to most likely be true about external reality. That's how that works. That's basic epistemology. With the biblical formula, you're like literally admitting here the feelings before you understand. This right here that you see here at the bottom, this is confirmation bias. Literally confirmation bias. So your understanding or your interpretation is through the lens of your prior held belief. If you notice here at the top, this is not assuming a position or being convinced of a thing before you conclude the thing. This is right here being convinced of it and then interpreting shit through the lens to reinforce how convinced you are. That's confirmation bias. The top is appropriate epistemology. Although they shouldn't be using the heart, they should also be using the brain there because hearts don't have anything to do with it. But this right here is their failure. This is confirmation bias. He just gave away the game again.
I think that it should end with the brain. It's just eyes or hands or whatever you're using to
I would say
gather the information.
Yeah, see it first, then like the hands, and then like the brain.
Right, because once you understand something, you have no choice but to believe it.
Because beliefs are not things that you actively choose. Beliefs are things
Right.
you are convinced of. Exactly. Bingo. I find this interesting. I don't want to take any, and I got to bring this up because I had this thought the other day. And anybody who's familiar with John Cohen, I love John Cohen's
That's
work.
exactly where I got it from.
I love what he's doing over there. And he's releasing a book here pretty soon about the notion that beliefs are not things that are actively chosen, which in philosophy is known as doxastic involuntarism. That doxastic positions are not things that are voluntarily chosen, that we actively choose, but they're things that they're things that happen to us that we are convinced of. So I hear a proposition, I hear the arguments for the proposition, and then I am convinced of the truth of that by the evidence and arguments that are presented. And so beliefs are things that occur. They're not things that we choose. The only choice we have is what argumentation and evidence we are willing to acknowledge. So we can literally we can choose to deny certain like knowledge, so we never address it, we never engage with it, and therefore that limits our understanding. So that's the only active control we have, is what we allow ourselves to have access to. But the beliefs themselves, we don't have any control over that. I found it interesting that John is releasing a book, and it's this big, and it's become this big thing about doxastic involuntarism. But he never calls it doxastic involuntarism. And I just found it just interesting because it's been around for forever, for a very, very long time. I mean, the first idea of doxastic involuntarism, the idea of it was first articulated by the Greeks. But now he's been able to take this notion and then write a book about it. And it's going to be, and build this channel around the idea, because it is a direct assault on the foundations of Christianity. And so really, really brilliant stuff. Really, really good stuff. It's just, I just found it interesting. It was like, yeah, he's turned doxastic involuntarism into a whole thing, which I find really, really interesting. So
It's called Unconvinced, and I think it's coming out in November. And he's also working on the audiobook for 1 week in, I want to say, August. So he'll be out for a week. But yeah, I really look forward to it, especially since he said that he worked with neuroscientists and a lot of other people in the fields to study exactly what happens when you understand something and when you believe something, and found that they're quite literally the same thing.
Right, and you can actually go to the fMRIs and how where the brain processes beliefs and where the brain processes knowledge are different structures in the brain. So we handle the information that we know to be the case, that our personal feelings and shit don't really factor into, things that we know to be facts. Those are handled in a different area of the brain than things that we're simply convinced of, which is pretty huge. It's pretty big because it's an autonomic. It's an involuntary response that we have to propositions that are being presented to us, or things that we come across from, like, in the things that we read and shit like that. So I just found it really, really fascinating. It comes out in November via the publisher Prometheus, which is all kinds of cool. That's awesome. That's cool. Sedona, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And I'm definitely going to pick up a copy of his book. So
I'm going to throw a couple copies into the neighborhood libraries that are around.
Very cool.
3 just told us. By faith we understand.
Faith meaning his fifis. Not evidence, fifis.
The world often says, I have to understand it first before I'll believe it.
Yes, because it has to make logical sense. It has to be consistent. If you present me with an incoherent concept, I can't believe it. Like it's like, no, that doesn't follow. You can't expect me to believe that if you're going to present me incoherent bullshit. So that is the way it works.
Also, if you understand something, you can't have faith. Right?
Right. Yeah. It's like
you would know it.
And that's where apologists will oftentimes conflate faith with confidence, or faith with trust, because confidence and trust operate on sliding scales they operate on sliding scales predicated upon the argument and the evidence. And so I have enormous confidence, almost like, I have enormous confidence, like certitude in that respect, that evolution is true, and that abiogenesis is how life formed on this planet. But that confidence that I have in those positions is predicated upon the mountains and mountains of evidence that support why they are true. As far as faith goes, it's not the same because it's simply belief without rational justification, which would typically be an appeal to emotion, like however it's making you feel or whatever utility it has for you, or even an appeal to consequences, that you don't like the idea. You've been convinced that the idea of no God is somehow harmful or bad for society or for yourself. So, yes, do not whiz on the electric fence. Smart words there, Krakatoon.
I didn't whiz on it. I was pushed into it, but yeah.
And scientific origins, you can see he says, I'm doing the same thing with Clifford's ethics of belief, which is basically rational empiricism. He just didn't have the terms for it. Nice. Very cool.
Yeah, Krakatoon was just making a very Canadian reference there to Ren and Stimpy.
Ah.
Oh, I've seen Ren and Stimpy. I just didn't get the reference immediately.
And now for my favorite game in the whole world. Don't
whiz the electric fence. Dude, I love Powdered Toast Man too.
It was the log song was the one thing that I took away from that series.
Yeah,
It's log, it's big, it's heavy, it's wood. It's log, it's better than bad, it's good.
You're gonna love your log from Blammo.
From Blammo.
I have to see it first before I have faith. But Christianity teaches the exact opposite principle.
Because it knows that it doesn't work. It's literally it's foundationally about emotions. It's not about evidence. Okay? That's why it operates backwards. Okay? Because they know they can't demonstrate that their God actually exists. That's the whole point.
I believe I have faith so that I can understand. May our faith
No, that's confirmation bias again. So
in the eternal God, the God who created the heavens and the earth, be strengthened today. All glory to his name. Let's pray.
Yeah, no, I'm not a subservient mind slave, so we don't need to go with this stupid prayer. And I'm assuming that it ends with that. It does. It ends with the stupid prayer. So not necessary. Don't need to hear it because it's ridiculous. Well, that was kindergarten level fodder.
That was good. It was good. A good appetizer.
So I can get rid of that. And Andrew did send me something else. Oh, Trent Horn, really?
Here we go, on to the main course.
Let me see which one this is. 18 minutes long. I asked 50 Catholics the best argument for God's existence. Yeah.
I know. You wanted rage. I figured let's go for queasy first. You know, like slowly ratchet up the discomfort. You know, kind of like a frog in the pot. You know the analogy.
This is kale salad.
Trent Horn.
Kale is lettuce that hates you.
Trent Horn, the horniest Trent. We gotta get a believer up here that we can talk to. We gotta have somebody. Somebody. We need a believer that can come up on stage and wants to defend their position. Explain why they believe what they believe. Where are all the believers?
Doesn't it say that they need to be prepared to show their evidence for their faith or something?
Yeah, 1 Peter 3:15. Always be prepared to provide a defense for the hope that lives within you, and do it with gentleness.
I've seen a lot of ungentleness.
Oh, yeah. I did hear something funny recently about Gary, about Darth Dawkins. He recently was in a conversation with, I guess, a bunch of atheists who were masquerading as believers, and they wanted some insight into his position. And essentially, he's come down to, he's literally fallen down to the position of defining his God arguments as beyond logical, fallacies, because the subject is his God, the way he's defined it. So the way he's defined his God makes his arguments or his claims about the God immune from being logical fallacies.
The Jordan Peterson defense.
Oh yeah, it's terrible.
No, I don't think Peterson doesn't go that far. Peterson just tries to rewrite the dictionary behind you.
Yeah, it's all word salad.
Not quite word salad. He just wants to have some of the allure that the word engenders in a person because of normal usage, while using proprietary definitions, and at the same time profit off of the controversy for what it sounds like he's making people agree to. Now, Gary, on the other hand, yeah, there's only not good words I can come up with for that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's deranged. That's just straight up derangement. Like, Peterson is a profiteering sophist. Gary is deranged and an attention whore.
Didn't Jordan Peterson get in a bunch of trouble with Christians because he couldn't affirm that he was actually Christian?
Oh, are you talking about on the Jubilee?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was him. That was like, he wouldn't bite the bullet and put himself in that position. So, which is pretty pathetic. All right, I tell you what, dang, and I see people in there that we can talk to in the there, but I can bring this up. So I'm actually going to hand the reins really quick to Andrew. I'm going to share this video file. I'm going to hand the reins to Andrew real quick because he is a mod here. And yeah, you saw Inspiring Philosophy on there. Okay, so Andrew, I'm going to hand the reins to you real quick. I have to step away for a moment. My wife just buzzed me. That's the message I got, so I will be right back. So Andrew's got the reins. Hopefully we'll get somebody on stage. And
Alrighty, so let's roll. So we got ourselves a bit of a roll call going here. So the videos with regards to the most convincing proofs for God, as proposed by 50 Catholics, shared by Trent Horn. So, rolling along.
I asked 50 Catholic apologists, philosophers, theologians, and influencers one question: what is the best argument for the existence of God? In today's episode, I'm going to break down their answers and what this means for how we as Christians should answer atheism and proclaim the gospel of Jesus Christ to a thoroughly secular world. But first, a little background. Back in June, Protestant scholar Sean McDowell asked 100 Christian apologists, including myself, what is the best argument for God? By the way,
now, for the audience, I've seen that other video, and what McDowell brought up, unfortunately, wasn't actually even 100 people of any consequence, many of which were not even named. They were random submissions from anonymous students at Biola University, which is where I believe he has tenure. So we've now gone from Sean McDowell's 100 apologist view, and apparently we're downgrading to 50 because Trent is kind of like Timu Catholic, right? So let's
we have to work our way up through the theist to fight the final boss theist.
Yeah. So of course the idea that Trent also just put out here is that apparently getting the opinions of what is best from 50 is going to tell people what they should do. Well, that list is what is, so he's going to get an ought from an is out of this, so that's already an interesting start. And sometimes just because you've got a lot of opinions doesn't mean any of them are actually any good. But let's go see what he qualifies to any degree with this.
Sean has written the best treatment on the martyrdom of the apostles, so I highly recommend it if you want to ramp up your who would die for a lie argument for the resurrection of Jesus. Now,
and the thought on that is to realize how many of the accounts occur in the Apocrypha, which are generally rejected by a large number of denominations, especially if you look at the Protestant Bible. the place they have to go to even think that any of them were martyred, they'd have to accept some really absurd stuff in. But that's a side quest.
I had a tough time deciding on my answer to the question for Sean's survey, but I eventually settled on the contingency argument for God's existence. I was shocked, however, to find out that no other Christian apologist in Sean's survey mentioned this argument. I was the only one.
Trent Horn, a Catholic apologist, was the only one who said contingency. Now, this is a kind of causological argument, but it moves from the existence of contingent things, like the universe, that didn't have to exist, as saying the best explanation for its existence is a necessary being.
Afterwards, I went back through Sean's list of apologists and noticed
There's the unnamed.
Yep. Look at all of these anonymous people. So we've got pastors, we've got Wes Huff and Greg Kokel up top. So basically, we're starting with the heavy hitters.
Yeah, Wes Huff has now moved on to Apologetics Canada.
Yep. Apparently, casting spells on their list. Properly spelling, debatable. Yep.
that the vast majority of them, probably over 95%, were Protestant. Many of them were associated with the Talbot School of Theology.
And look at that enormous list of anonymous Talbot School of Theology people. So this is trying to win at Populum by just running up the scorecard with anonymity. Because nothing says I have legit sourcing like nameless people. And they're yes,
it's also not random.
Yeah, so this is basically, to recap where we're at, Trent is revisiting Sean McDowell's 100 top apologists, top evidence for the proof of God.
Okay.
Most convincing arguments. And Sean McDowell's list was sandbagged with basically Biola staff. Okay. Off an email form, which totally wasn't bot driven or entirely fictitious. That's the thing. If you can't put a name to it, bet on fiction.
What if he had to, what if he made it a part of their grade that they had to submit something?
Wait. You wouldn't be implying something like having a statement of faith or something, would you, where apparently like your career would be on the line? That couldn't possibly. Biola would. No, not Biola.
Your final is to give me your best argument for God.
I love these. We're at 121. Let me take a look at this. I mean, I'm going to back up just a hair.
Contingent things.
Yeah.
Vast majority of them, probably over.
I want to exist as saying the best explanation for its existence is a necessary being.
Afterwards.
Okay, let me see who's on this list.
It's all the heavy hitters on the first page.
That top one though.
Yeah, we had Connectly, we had Huff, Childers. Yeah, that's a.
Okay.
McClatchy, check. We got the full ID staff on.
Wait, so he's
on
looking
board.
at what Sean McDowell put out.
Yes, because Trent is about to run his 50 people.
Right, because I see Trent Horn, Catholic email contingency. Yeah. I see him on there. So yeah, I'm familiar with Sean McDowell's stupid list. Okay.
Yeah, that was dopey. But we're about to find out where Trent apparently. We're going to see how much he promotes his own view versus.
Right.
The first one on the list was a Biola basketball coach.
I didn't quite catch that one.
Hang on a second, let me see.
But literally, they asked everybody in the janitor in that place.
We're Protestant.
You got to go like to the top.
A necessary being.
Afterward.
There it is.
Biola basketball.
Dave Holmquist, Biola basketball coach, in person morality. That's hilarious.
Oh, by the way, remember these are top apologists. That's what McDowell promoted these people at. So basketball coach, apparently he's a spiritual coach.
Dad Academy, CVCS, Cold Case Christianity, Pastor of Cavalry South, CVCS, Maven, Professor Palm Beach Atlantic U, Colson Center, Maven, Stand to Reason. Stand to Reason? Oh, yeah, it's great Google, right? And he didn't even spell apologetics. It's Apologetics Canada, Wes Huff. It's Apologetics Canada. Pastor of South Shores, Pastor Grace Community. Stuart Connectly, Lee Strobel. Yeah, okay.
As I went back through Sean
again, yeah.
Liberty University, Gary
Habermas.
Habermas at Liberty U, John Lennox out of Oxford, Hugh Ross from Reasons.org. Yeah, this is just beyond silly. Stuart Connectly, Pastor Grace Community Church. Yeah, Stuart and Cliff.
But we can speed through this part because this is just Trent revisiting his former notoriety as appearing on
list of apologists, and notice that the vast majority of them, probably over 95%, were Protestant.
He talked to fucking Alan Parr. Ugh, gross. I've taken Alan Parr apart on a previous video.
Many of them were associated with the Talbot School of Theology, which is part of the evangelical Biola University. So that got me thinking, what would Catholic scholars say about this same question, and how might their results mirror or diverge from these Protestant scholars? So I sent out a bunch of emails, and I ended up getting 50 responses. I wanted to make it to the full 100, but things have been a tad busy, having to work and manage a lot of household duties while my wife Laura recovers from brain cancer treatment. I think our favorite gift we received during this time is this t-shirt which says, "Brain surgery, 1 star. Did not enjoy, would not recommend." Still, I think 50 responses provides a wide enough sample to get reliable results among Catholics who engage, to some degree, in the public defense of the faith. So first, I'm going to summarize the results of Sean's survey of 100 Christian apologists, and then I'll compare it to the results from my survey. Sean divided up the arguments for God's
You don't really need to see existential, unique evidence for Jesus, moral creation, and then hang on a sec.
But
just looking at his pie charts. So Christian apologists handled 5.5% existential, 11.9% unique, evidence for Jesus 13.8, moral was however much, and creation 47.7. The Catholic apologists, the vast majority were on creation, existential 0, unique 12, evidence for Jesus 12, and moral 12. Interesting is 12, 12, 12, and creation was the big one. I mean, I understand the creation one. Apparently I missed a super chat. Oh, Transmetal Alchemist for 5. Thank you so much, Jessica, for 5 Australian says, "You're just special pleading." No, you see, my God is wearing an anti-special pleading belt, so your accusation fails automatically.
Okay.
That's what it does. Thank you, Jessica.
Yeah, JL. We've got ourselves a problem.
Huh.
We've got a really, really big, huge, glaring problem. The chart on the left. There is something horrifically wrong with this.
The point percents?
100 people were polled. What fractional people represented those decimal points?
I think maybe they could use more than one argument, or they listed more than one.
It was always about the best.
Let me see here real quick. A sec.
No, this I'm calling bullshit. You know, I am a giant fan of Reverse Hanlon's razor, and I will attribute malice.
I am glad that he actually was there for his wife in the hospital who's recovering from brain cancer. That's a terribly tragic story.
Very ironic that, you know, he's trying to save his wife's life and he just basically said wouldn't recommend surgery.
Oh, wouldn't recommend getting cancer.
Right.
Oh, wouldn't recommend cancer? I wasn't sure about that, right. Okay.
And I'm pretty sure the shirt sales are going towards the treatment cost.
Well, at least the numbers all add up to 100% on each one of the on each one of them. So
I still want
Yeah.
to know where those fractional people came from.
Yeah.
I think it's just multiple answers to the same question.
Things get even more interesting. In Sean's video, he notes that creation is somewhat of a broad category, and it included people who voted for the Kalam cosmological argument, fine-tuning, and even intelligent design, or evidence from design seen in things like the structure of the cell as the best arguments for the existence of God. However, in my survey,
Uh-oh. Dang, I had a little bit of an issue there. Is everything okay?
I'm good.
It's paused.
Yeah, I paused it. I ran it looked like my browser was about to crash, but apparently it didn't. So I just want to make sure it's all good. I did want to make sure the live stream was intact. So.
Yep. We're rolling.
only one respondent, Adrian from Sips with Sarah, picked the Kalam cosmological argument, and only
Oh, blah, 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 blah.
chose the argument from
I want to know what the Catholics
the
are
infinite active being that sustains all beings. Unlike the Kalam or design arguments, classical theist defenses of God show not just that a powerful being created the universe in the past, who itself may no longer exist, but that the infinite active being itself created and sustains the universe, and so it still exists because it just is existence itself. Finally, I think many Protestants
That's just tautologically vacuous. Doesn't tell us anything.
don't use St. Thomas Aquinas' arguments because they either simply aren't familiar with them, or because there's a fear that Aquinas is a Frank Beckwith readers and denomination to Catholicism.
All this scholasticism that has been coming.
So he's just comparing. I mean, this is just a comparison between. It's all the same. He's not actually giving any arguments.
Not yet. No, he's just basically trying to contrast the Protestant versus Catholic distribution of views, just to see how the framing of
Christendom,
of
which is
denomination works.
evangelicalism,
So,
at least when I see
this
things,
showcase value.
as a long time.
It's great.
1994 with his book, The Scandal of the Evangelical Mind. But not all evangelicals are like that.
Of Christendom,
I
which
would
is
also-
evangelicalism, existentially and emotionally, I think.
I'm
worth
trying to get
keeping.
to
I wonder
like the meat of it, because we've all seen Sean McDowell's stupid fucking video, and
contingency
I was
argument
gonna
doesn't.
say I would recommend
reason, though-
refraining against the 3/5 of a person comment if it were me, but that's just me.
Context of arguments for God, exactly what you need. And so
On mainline Protestantism's move away from contingency and scholastic arguments for God's existence, since his doctoral dissertation and Ed Fazer's book, 5 Proofs book, Why God Makes Sense. Thank you all so much for watching, and I hope you have
he doesn't actually go over anything. He just like compares what they do. They're all the same terrible arguments.
He doesn't get his own list?
Yeah, there was nothing really there. It was really just Trent comparing. He's like, this is what the Catholics focused on, and this is what they focused on. He didn't actually like pose any arguments forward. It's all just the same garbage anyway.
Yeah, the funny thing is at the end, he wanted to put out where one clear winner was. So which one was? Is that like highlighted right at the very end?
It is right at the end. Well, what are you looking for?
As to which one won out amongst the Catholics?
It didn't win out over anything. He was just basically saying that they focused on certain like philosophers, or they focused on certain theologians over the Protestants. So, but the arguments in the end are still going to be the same, and they're just going to have different sources and different justifications.
Yeah.
They're still all the same crap. So,
across the distribution, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like the arguments are functionally different. It's just a question of the distribution.
Yeah.
Based on how they represent the concept.
Yeah, I'm not impressed by Trent Horn by any stretch of the imagination. The guy doesn't have anything interesting or good. After I took apart his I was going to do a response video to Trent Horn regarding when he was talking about the downfall of, or like the downfall of new atheism and a bunch of shit that he got wrong. and that turned into a long kind of. I did the response video. I did the response during a live stream some time ago. It wasn't as structured as like my created content, but it was there. But yeah, I have no like respect whatsoever for Trent Horn. He's garbage. Let me see here real quick. Still isn't anything new out there. We looked at that one. I responded to that one a long time ago, back in like 2019.
Which one?
It was from World Video Bible School. That guy, what's his last name? His last name is Butt. But 6 Proofs for God's Existence.
Oh, but wait a second. That's one of the creation.
Yeah, it's World Video
Bible
Bible
School. Guys, huh?
Yeah,
oh, Kyle.
Kyle Butt. That's right. I lost
that guy's useless.
I crushed that shit like years ago.
I do not understand how Kyle is relevant. He's like a nothing burger. Yeah. So I just dropped a quick 4-minute one and a 15-minute one from Sanctus. I'm not sure if you've covered this one. Yeah.
Where are the freaking believers? Where are they?
Sleep at the wheel.
I think the background is just a little too busy. You know what I mean? It's hard to like read all of the 7 points before they disappear.
Yeah, maybe I should get a more static background. That's actually it might be a good idea. I may have to look into that. I can do this. I do have that.
Okay. Yeah. That might get a lot more people in. Especially if people are just like scrolling through and seeing your background, they might not even get to the part where it says that God does not exist. Whereas if you have a static background, they can actually see it as they're scrolling past.
I have Andrew. I have responded to Sanctus in the past. I may have actually. I'm not sure which one I responded. I think I responded to his "Atheism is Evil" video.
Well, this might be new then. If you respond, so this was a long form response you did?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hold on a second. We got a bite.
It's working.
Oh, someone in the Discord? Fingers crossed. D to the Dubs, good to see you. I lagged behind, but there was a mention of Kyle Butts, and I just wanted to say how that guy reminds me of the animated DNA from Jurassic Park. Yeah. Rest in peace, Sam Neill.
My wife is huge into Jurassic Park. I 3D printed a Velociraptor skull for her.
Nice.
Clever girl.
Any luck over in the Discord?
Well, I promoted. We'll see if they magically pop over. I know better than to hold my breath.
All right. Well, we can take a look at this.
Actually, if you want to just take a quick scan through the chat, see if we missed anything there, give me a moment to grab a coffee. I need a refill.
Yeah, sure.
Before we tackle a new one, I need caffeine.
I'm here for it.
And if there are any believers that are hanging out in the chat, we'd be more than happy to have you up on stage. You just click the link that is pinned in the side chat that will bring you up, and we'd love to talk to you about what you believe and why.
I don't think it helps. I think Justin is on as well.
Yeah, I know there's some bigger channels that are going at the same time.
Godless Engineer's stream is done.
We might get some bleed over.
Oh, there's he just went over some more controversy about the Durante Lamar incident.
The Durante Lamar incident?
Yeah. So there's like a whole big drama going on with Durante Lamar in the line, and yeah, and TKA Joe and black non-believers.
Yeah, I saw a little bit for his response with regards to saying Matt Dillahunty lied with regards to him being kicked off of the Line network. And I'm not sure what to make of it just yet.
Yeah.
I'm getting a certain toxic vibe because of the nature of how I've been told Jimmy Snow tends to be behind the scenes. So I might consider it a little bit poisoned in my mind towards the prospect that perhaps there is a certain level of bad levels of bad faith and pride, arrogance, and the like involved. But it's hard to say.
Yeah, I've only seen Durante's post about it and Punk Apostate's take on it.
Huh.
So it's really odd that this is all like public. I mean, I get it. It's like, you know, it gets a bunch of clicks and views and whatever, but I don't know. I'm just not a fan of drama being spread on the internet.
Also not a fan, been involved in it or been dragged into it in the past because of friends or people who've been dragged into it, and not a fan of that happening. I haven't been paying attention to the Line much anyway. I don't find there's people that appear on the Line that I have great respect for. Like Erica, Forrest.
Yeah.
There's people that I have great respect for, but I think Jimmy, to be perfectly honest, kind of gives it a bad look in the way he treats people sometimes, the way he engages and stuff. I know he may be like following in the Matt Dillahunty kind of footsteps that he ain't got time for this shit and he's like sick and tired of the bullshit, but I don't like. There's a difference between like getting agged like Matt does and just rage baiting people like Jimmy does. And so I've never been fond of that, and I think it distracts away from the conversation that needs to be had. So that's just me. So I kind of like don't really so much pay attention to the lines, but unless it's Forrest and Erica on at the same time, then that's awesome. So I love
like
their stuff together.
I like Gutsick Gibbon. I like a lot of people on the Line. Eve was framed. I think her name's Promise now.
Promise is good.
Yeah. But I've kind of fallen off the Matt Dillahunty train personally. I like a lot of his arguments. It's just he's so jaded that it's tough to listen to for a long period of time.
Right.
And I understand, like, he's been doing this for what, like 30 years now or something crazy?
Long time at this point, right?
So I understand why he's so jaded, but I think you kind of have to wear that down. Like, some of these people weren't even born by the time you started, so like they're just now experiencing these questions and these arguments for the first time, and I think a little bit of patience would go a long way with Matt.
I like it. What Jessica says here. Just the Line is so gross anyway. I wouldn't be surprised if everyone is the bad guy in the situation. You're probably right, Jessica. I'd have to agree that too often it turns out that it's bad actors on all sides. That it's either some grand misunderstanding that's being blown out of proportion because of egos. I don't know. I'm not. This is the first time I'm ever hearing about it. I could say, given my experience with someone like that on a previous channel, without invoking their name and shit like that, because I'm trying to let that die as much as that other individual won't. But given my prior experience, I don't like to get involved in that shit. I don't like being dragged into it. So if people just walk away, you know, like silently, just like peace out, do their own thing, that would be pretty much it. I mean, they just let it die instead of allowing egos to take the center stage amongst conversations we're supposed to be having. Because when it comes down to it, and I think it gets lost sometimes, yes, these are our channels. Like this, like Bridge the Divide is my channel. It's my stage. The Line is Jimmy's channel. It's Jimmy's stage. You know, I get that, but it's not about us. It should never be about us. And making it all about us does way more harm, even if it's in an attempt to be entertaining, does way more harm than trying to cross that bridge with the other person. Maybe it's just a fundamental difference in the ideology of our channels. Maybe that's just what it is. I want to have the conversations, no matter how long they take. I want to have those conversations. I want to touch on points one by one and get through stuff. And I'll even engage to the point that I'll even engage with trolls. Because there have been times in the past where I have been able to reason a troll out of trolling. And just taken all the wind out of their sails where they just can't go any further. Not feed them to the point where we wind up then having to kick them because they become so out of control. So, which I don't think some people may find it entertaining. I personally don't, which is why you're not often going to find that shit on my channel. You know, other than the occasional like awesome time when Tony comes on and he goes crack-a-Tony on people, which is immensely entertaining. I love that shit.
Yeah, I think that's partly why they get so many clicks and views, you know, just because that's what gets the views. Going crack-a-Tony on people gets the views, gets the like, gets the engagement. Because it's
Tony, I'll accept it from Tony, and plus he and I have been working together for so long, and you know, I'll simply say because it's Tony, and I love it from him. So
it's never not justified when it's Tony, I feel like.
Right. So Lightspeed Tractor, you're more than welcome to come up on stage. The link is pinned in the description. We can have a chat. We've just been like reviewing content from people until we get someone up on stage. We've had someone up earlier, but that kind of turned into a shit show just for a number of reasons. But yeah, you're more than welcome to come up. And if you have an issue with one of the things on the screen, or if you have your own questions, we'd love to, because I can tell you this, Tractor. In response to this, that one of the biggest boons I feel about religion is the anchor it gives people, which is great in a world where consciousness is finite. So yes, there can be positive utility to these things, but then you have to measure the positive utility at the expense of what? And when you have positive utility at the expense of identity, that's a real problem in society. That's how you get cult members that don't question shit. That is a recipe for making mind slaves. Okay? To getting people out of teaching people to abandon their critical faculties, to abandon the things that make them them, to accept aspects of reality that are fundamentally not true. Okay? That's how you get that. Just like the previous caller that we had on earlier, who claimed that they were once an atheist, had some sort of experience that they interpreted as coming from a god, and now they deny that evolution is a thing. So it provided utility for him in his life, but now he abjectly denies reality because of that. That's a bad thing. So, well, Christianity is a cult. It's a straight up cult. In fact, it is a proxy cannibalistic, blood magic ritual, human sacrifice worshiping apocalyptic death cult. That is what Christianity is. It is proxy cannibalistic. That's the Eucharist. Human sacrifice worshiping. That's the sacrifice of Jesus. Worshiping. Apocalyptic. It longs for the end of the world, and Jesus is supposed to herald the end of the world when Jesus returns. That's the second coming. Death cult. In order to achieve their final state, which is to be with their God in their heaven, whatever they think exists, they have to biologically die, which means they die. Not spiritual, because they believe they're going to live forever in some paradise wherever. That's irrelevant. It's a cult. It's an apocalyptic death cult. That is what it is.
And as for saying there's no need for eating people, I think the Catholics do that whole Eucharist thing.
Yeah, the Eucharist.
Kind of creepy.
Taking communion is proxy cannibalism. This is my blood shed for you. This is my body. Okay? That's that's cannibalism by proxy. Why do you think when the indigenous Americans first heard about these things that were coming from the East, from European colonizers, when they first heard about this shit, it weirded them the freak out because cannibalism was extraordinarily taboo in many Native American cultures. And the fact that these white people were coming over here and engaging in this shit like regularly every week as a symbolic deference to their god, that was frightening to them. So, yeah.
I think Lightspeed...
Go ahead.
I think Lightspeed Tractor, we can agree that the wine is even worse than the crackers.
What is it?
I think we can actually agree on that.
Manischewitz or whatever it is.
That depends. Consuming blood is bad. However, going for brains can lead to prion disease.
That's true.
But when you think about it statistically, there's approximately, if you go, pound for pound of like straight raw host versus transubstantiated flesh, that there's somewhere between 100,000 to 200,000 wafers to represent a full Jesus. You have to ask yourself just how many Catholics have fully eaten a dick. So, well, I mean, aside for the ones that they constantly have to shuffle priests around because of.
They stopped letting me participate because I kept trying to put garnishes on the fucking thing.
It's so bland.
I'm gonna get a little mustard on this Jesus here.
Yes, and don't forget that the host is unleavened bread, which proves that Jesus didn't rise.
That didn't rise, right? We do have someone in the back. We have Random Thoughts is back. Random, can you hear us?
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going? Welcome back.
Thank you. So I was just want to see if you guys wanted to discuss the prompt. It was God is unnecessary.
Yeah, God is unnecessary for anything.
Okay, yeah, because that was gonna be my question is like, so do you mean like for society, for like it's broad, so it's not really, I'm not really sure like
yeah,
where
it's
to
not
approach
necessary
it from.
my position is that God concepts are not necessary to explain anything. They're not necessary to ground anything logically. They're not necessary for utility. The utility that God concepts can provide to people can be provided by other means that are more sustainable and more rational. So then one of the big things about, especially when it comes to the utility of stuff, any utility, but if you take a God concept and you bake it into your worldview, any utility that it provides you is going to be predicated upon the belief that proposition is true. If that proposition is ever shown to be false, then all of that positive utility is now instantly undermined and has lost the facilitating value that it had. It's good because that's what God wants. If the God is shown to not exist, then all of that is instantly undermined, and it loses that same sense of positivity that it once had in the worldview, and can oftentimes lead to people reacting negatively because of that. So yeah, it's ultimately more harmful than it is good. So yeah.
Okay. Could that same, now I understand that your probably initial pushback on this will be, well, atheism isn't a claim, but could that same standard be applied to atheism, or the let's say I guess to kind of narrow it down, if you remove God from a culture, the natural consequences that come up that historically, couldn't you say the same thing about the removal of God?
No, because there are other things that are tangible, that are evidence backed, that are demonstrable, that can undergird these things. Like for example, if we completely, like, if we're looking for like a system of governance, okay, and we remove the God concept, you could fall down on secular humanism, and you are just fall down on humanism. The humanism is the philosophical idea
which doesn't claim anything.
Right. It's just a philosophical idea that acknowledges the importance of human beings and the equality of human beings based upon the simple fact that they are human and that they have.
But it can't even define humanity.
Sure, it can.
How?
Like what constitutes a Homo sapiens? Yes.
So, because there's no scientific definition of human within the within the humanistic framework.
Yes, there is.
It ignores all biology.
No, it doesn't. The humanism definition of a human, is predicated upon an autonomous, capable being who possesses the inherent dignity and responsibility to shape their own life.
That means
nothing. That's a philosophical view. But if you're talking about an autonomous, capable being, what we're talking about is a living, breathing individual who is counted both genetically as a member of the species Homo sapiens. Mm-hmm. And that we acknowledge that these organisms, that these members of this species are capable of, have a capacity for reason, empathy, and free inquiry with the potential to lead ethical lives and create meaning in the natural world without relying on supernatural or divine beliefs.
So you're not really a human until you're what, 16?
No, what? It applies to any. No, even babies are capable. While they cannot shape their own life, they do have their own subjective experience. That's a part of what goes into it. In the continuation.
What is a subjective experience? Because so this is where I don't want to get too political, but this is where I would drastically say, well, no, if you want to be scientific about it, the criteria should be simple, and there's a specific reason that humanists avoid this definition. The definition should be if it satisfies the 7 biological criteria for life and it is human. That should be it. Does it possess human DNA? And then does it satisfy the 7 biological?
But does a person in a coma, is that still a human being?
It satisfies the 7 biological conditions for life. Yes.
Humanism recognizes them as a human.
Okay, but there's other things that fall under that definition.
There are many things that
doesn't recognize.
There are many things that fall into it, but the removal of one does not eliminate that person from the category. So you've got potential for ethical living, you've got capacity for agency and meaning making, scientific and rational nature, worth and equality. Some of those are scientific, some of those are philosophical. Okay, but humanism is a philosophical position,
and all of it's subjective to who you want to apply it to.
No, because it applied. No, okay. There can be disagreements as to the application, but those disagreements would be in violation of the tenets of humanism.
Right. So, and this is my biggest complaint against humanism is it's sloganeering. It's just saying things that don't mean anything.
But it's predicated on evidence. It's predicated directly on evidence that is grounded in reality. There are Homo sapiens on this planet, and members of that species, of being Homo sapiens, which can be determined by the genetics. Okay, members of Homo sapiens are deserving of equal rights, representation, and protection across the board. That nothing else beyond that changes any of that. So your beliefs, your ethnicity, your sexual orientation, none of your political affiliation, none of that matters, because the foundation of it is humans, the members of the species Homo sapiens. Doesn't matter what age, doesn't matter, where, whatever.
So
they're all deserving of that.
That's all cool and everything. Like it sounds great on a bumper sticker or something, but the problem is how do you actually apply that practically? You're gonna say oh well, the ultimate goal is to avoid harm. Well, how do you define harm? Everyone's gonna have a different definition, and you have no objective metric to define it.
Sure,
you're just gonna say harm is what we say it is.
We would just impose laws. Our legal system. Our legal system would simply reflect that one group doesn't have any value over any other group because of what they believe or anything like that. That everybody starts at the same level with the same basic rights, protections, and privileges. That's it. And that what you believe or that doesn't change the law. So we predicate the law based upon established evidence of what we are as human beings.
Okay.
We're also talking about starting a government with these foundational principles, not the fully fleshed out form of said government.
Because historically, the only thing you're going to end up with is either authoritarianism, or you're going to end up with
authoritarianism would only happen if it's allowed to happen. There would be people that would resist that and that would shut it down. Plus, authoritarianism would not align with the tenets of humanism.
Not according to Stalin or Mao.
So they weren't humanists.
Well, they were a natural. They were a logical.
But they didn't do the things they did in the name of atheism. They did them in the name of communism, which is a socioeconomic platform. And they did it. So
but communism was a logical extension of atheism.
No, it's not.
No,
it isn't. It is not logically entailed by atheism. It is not guaranteed by atheism. What you're doing right now is there's so much detail here that's missing. I can tell you right now, just looking at Stalin. Stalin was rejected by Lenin and Marx, specifically Lenin. Lenin feared Stalin coming into power because he recognized Stalin's instability, his mental instability. Stalin was a megalomaniacal psychopath who became so paranoid at the end he started killing everybody that he thought was a threat to him.
Yeah, I'm not going to defend Stalin.
What he did was not because he was an atheist. It's because he was a paranoid psychopath who was a communist, who did all these things in the name of communism, and he twisted communism in order to maintain his power and position.
What tenet? If you read Marx, what tenet of communism did he? Okay, was he in violation of?
Okay, so that way, as far as Marx goes, when it comes to Marx and Lenin were never trying to abolish religion. They were never trying to get rid of it. That's not the role that communism played in regards to religion, in regards to the church in Russia at the time. What happened was the goal was what Marx and Lenin saw was that the Roman Orthodox Church had become corrupt by being entangled with the government, and that the church had become a tool for keeping people under the rule of under the old Tsarist order. It had taken power from the people and was giving it to the government and keeping people in poverty and therefore desperate, and so therefore clinging to the old order, to the Tsarist order. They saw that they needed to reduce the power or eliminate the stranglehold that the church had in the government in order to eliminate that, in order to take that power that they had and give it back to the people of Russia. It wasn't about abolishing religion, it was about depowering religion so that it didn't become a tool of corruption of the state. They didn't say that people couldn't believe. They didn't say that people could never go to church. They just saw it as a tool of the state that was literally keeping people ignorant and fearful. And by eliminating its power, they could re-empower the people. That was the point. The problem is that Stalin took that shit in such a wild direction that even Lenin himself in his final address, in his final letter, advocated for removing him from power because of the harm he knew he was going to do. But unfortunately, they didn't do that because Stalin wound up killing all the people or terrifying them to the point that no one would relieve him until he finally just died in office. So that was the point.
Also, the marrying between communism and atheism is McCarthyism. It doesn't come from actual Marxist or Stalinistic views. It comes from a political movement in the 50s in the United States, not from any of the countries that actually practiced communism.
It's evangelical propaganda designed to make Christians in America fearful of communism or fearful of socialism in general, which is why we have such anti-socialist rhetoric here in the United States today, when in actuality we use socialism in a number of ways here in America. But like communism is the big red thread. It never was, and it's not a threat to Christianity. There are Christian communists who are out there.
Yes.
So they're not mutually
they're not exclusive.
They're not mutually exclusive. Like you could be a Christian and be a communist. So the point being that humanism, we can ground that in reality. and we can start from that framework. Yes, there will be disagreements. There will always be disagreements. There will be groups that may try to say that the laws don't apply in a certain way to certain individuals, but that's why we have a legal framework. It's this, you're identifying the same conflicts that still exist today. Only today, we have major issues with people who believe a certain thing being afforded greater access and greater protection and greater leeway, latitude within the society simply because they believe a particular thing.
Okay.
Which is bad, which is not good at all. So that's the whole point, is that we can ground these things in reality, things with evidence.
All right. So you said a lot there. I'm trying to think of where I want to approach this from. I understand the concept that communism and religion aren't necessarily oil and water. I get that to an extent, but I think ultimately when you look at human rights and you look at ultimately, I don't know. Are you a communist? Am I just like grasping it? Like, okay, well then it's kind of a
If you were to classify me, I'd be a democratic socialist.
I think we've got a kind of larger overarching problem here, because see, you've been painting a slippery slope since the very start that apparently everything leads to complete communist socialist destruction and authoritarianism.
Well, I was going to expand on that. There's another branch to it.
This was pure fear mongering from the start, using ancient examples at this point.
I haven't even said much, man. Relax.
So take a look. I haven't said anything since you came in. So
all right, fair enough.
Yes.
Well, I think we've disseminated the idea that communism and atheism are somehow intrinsically linked. They're not. And so one doesn't have anything to do with the other one. Atheism itself is just a position on one proposition. The belief in the existence of a god or gods. Or do you believe that a god or gods exist? And I do not. I do not believe they exist. I know that some concepts don't exist. Some concepts are unfalsifiable in that respect. But when it comes to God being necessary, the God concepts are not necessary for anything. And any utility they provide can be provided by more grounded, logically consistent sources. So that would be my position on that. Is there an issue?
So my position, and for the record, I didn't necessarily say it turned into communism, but I specifically chose the word authoritarianism for that reason. Because I think if you look at it, it'll play out. You've got two avenues this can go for the humanist. You can either say authoritarianism, or this is where I was going to go with this, a form of what's the word I'm going for? Like a form of depravity where there's like no social structure whatsoever, which I think is kind of what the movement you're seeing in Western societies.
To be completely fair, you did say the authoritarianism, and then you said you invoked.
Yeah, I brought up Mao and Stalin.
You invoked Marx and Lenin and Stalin.
Yeah, humanism is anti-authoritarianism. Like authoritarianism, totalitarianism. These things are antithetical to the tenets of humanism. So in that respect, so I'll say that. But I mean, when you bring up like things that you think are depraved, I obviously like what a person considers to be a depraved act is going to be subjective. It's going to be
and that's the crux of my argument.
This is what I want to get at for this, that all you're pointing at is extremes. Apparently there's never a middle happy ground. It's got
I think we found it there for a while, but then
mass extreme one way, you've got mass extreme the other way, and it's got to blow up one way or the other. You know, Scandinavia is doing just fine. Apparently, the rest of humanity doesn't have to tear itself to shreds just because there isn't a god idea held over their head. You know, take a look at Buddhist, majority countries. No god there. So apparently, everyone else is able to get by just fine. And
there's a lot of
mongering. All of this, the progression of planet Earth is a functioning example that you're going down the wrong path unnecessarily. Yours, like, the world's going to end. It's just a question of whether it's going to freeze to death or burn.
Mm-hmm.
So no, get rid of the extremes. Okay. See that when you talked about whether or not secular humanism is a functional thing, you realize that on average, we're not as destructive as you might imagine. In the end, we don't want to have to be fighting each other all the damn time. We average out. We're averaging out better and better.
And by the way, thank you, Jessica. Jessica, Transmetal Alchemist, for the 5 Australians. Says, for Marx's views on religion, see his essay, Introduction to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right. He does go well into that, so that's a good source. That's a good resource there. When I was saying that what constitutes depravity for one person is going to be, for a person, it's going to be subjective. It's going to be stance dependent. A Christian will view certain things as being depraved because in their worldview, their God has declared them to be depraved actions. I'm going to declare things as being depraved based upon the harm that they do, based upon how antisocial they are. So,
okay,
like,
you know what? I like that definition. Let's go with that.
Right. So Christianity will say that men having sex with each other is a depraved act. I will say that action harms no one. It doesn't.
You don't see it as a biological dead end?
No. It has enormous social benefit.
Really?
Yeah.
Hold on.
So hang on a second, Andrew. Hang on a sec. Finishing the point here.
Yeah.
Homosexual sex has been prevalent throughout human history for a reason. It's prevalent throughout the animal, like throughout all, like, many species on the planet. Now, for human beings, homosexual relationships, homosexual bonding, improves bonding between male members of the species. It creates intimacy between individuals and improves trust, which is why you see these kinds of relationships prevalent throughout the historical armies of the past, especially the Romans and the Greeks, because the people on the battlefield, there's trust in them because of their capabilities, and there's the trust in their capabilities built upon the intimacy that you share as two bonded individuals. So that intimacy is very, very important, especially when doing things like combat and trusting each other when engaging in hunting for resources or defending resources. So yes, it does have social utility in the bonding of male members of the species. And we also see it in a number of other species as well, particularly mammals, because of the social benefits that it has. So it's not harmful to anything. The Christian position on that was because of the ick factor. That's all it was. So no, it's not harmful. It's not harmful to society because gay men can still adopt children that don't have parents or have lost their parents or have been abandoned by their parents. Gay men can still have sex with a surrogate, and that surrogate they can be implanted like that and have a child via IVF or via surrogacy. So being gay or having gay people, like gay people within the society, doesn't harm society because it doesn't stop society from reproducing or taking care of its offspring. So ultimately,
even
it does no harm.
Has benefits. Even adoption has benefits.
Yeah, and adoption does have benefits.
Separate from this, I want to identify something here. So, what would you propose? What's your view then, with regards to, say, homosexuals? What would you see done with that? Since
what would I see?
It's against biology, as you say. So, what's your take on it then?
Against biology.
I mean,
that's what he said. Those were the words.
It's not against and also it's not against biology.
I'm letting the loaded words sit there on purpose.
But Random, what do you got?
I didn't say it's against biology. I said it's a biological dead end.
Yeah.
Okay. Not a biological.
So why is that? So why is that important? And what would you propose?
Do you? So what? So, all right. So there's two questions here. One is what would my personal solution be? And then what was question 2? It was
So the first was what would you propose should be done with that?
Okay, so personally what I think should be done is the state should get out of marriage entirely. I think you eliminate the tax code, you whatever, and you make it a level playing field. Though I agree with the fact that once you started incentivizing marriage through tax codes, that yes, okay, now you can make the argument that this is unfair to certain people. All right, that I understand that. So what I would say is once you remove the legal status of marriage, it's just a word. It doesn't mean anything. Any two people can say they're married. You can say you're married to your dog. It's just a word. It doesn't mean anything. So that's that's how, and then that way, if you want to get married through your institution of choice, you can. And as a legal standing, it has no classification whatsoever.
I'm curious how that tied to your mention of biology.
Okay, my mention of biology. Now, do you believe that people have a duty to society?
No, I'm inquiring about your view. See, I'm trying to find out what the nature.
Right.
Of
No, and I'm trying to unpack my view. My view. Okay, my view is people have a duty. Like everyone loves to talk about the rights. Like, oh, I have a right to do this. I have a right to do that. But no one likes to talk about their duties. I don't believe rights. I don't believe
Andrew,
rights come.
Okay, Andrew, you got to hang on a sec. Let him finish through the thought. So go ahead.
I am.
I do not believe that rights are divorced from duty. I believe that we have duties as members of society, and part of that is the perpetuation of society and the continuation of society. So which statistically,
so a person born sterile doesn't get any rights. So a
Who
person
said that?
born no, because you said that it would be the duty of people a part of society to propagate the society in order to enjoy the benefits of that society.
No, I didn't say in order to. I'm speaking about a overall mindset. You can't regulate any of this. I'm well aware of that. Personally, I think that's what the church is for. Because none of this happens by force. It happens through coercion, which I think is completely acceptable.
Okay, so what if that's taking nothing in, like none of the mitigating factors into consideration, like quality of life.
It absolutely is, because statistically, the best quality of life comes from the nuclear family.
Actually, I don't think that's true.
That is 1,000% true. Google, who has one of the greatest indicators for success, is do you come from a nuclear family?
Now,
I think Pew Research did a new study on that, actually.
We're going to run into a lot of problems on that. Because one, of course, the question about what you take, picture where what one person values can be different than what another person values. Now, I see, this gives you the greatest amount of happiness. It's like, well, this is going to be a statistical thing. If that's what they value, then that's what they value. But that becomes like a poisoned statistical set.
Right.
But aside from that, the question was, of course, trying to find out what the value of the person who doesn't want to procreate is and whether or not they should be coerced to do so. You mentioned a certain amount of coercion is apparently fine. Now, who is that okay coming from?
What do you mean that okay?
Yeah, you said coercion was okay. So from who? What source?
Like who can do the coercion?
Yeah, you're okay.
It's sociological. It comes from society. We do this all the time.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be institutional. It can just be silently pressured into everything.
So
basically, it can be like, for instance, the same way racial undercurrent can completely
or the idea that if you don't use someone's preferred pronouns, you're a bigot.
Okay, so at that point, people who don't
intentionally misuse
get pushed out. Is that kind of the deal?
Huh?
Well, if you don't procreate, then you're on the short end of the stick, right? You should be looked down on. And
I didn't say you should be looked down on. I'm saying there should be an understand duty to society, and part of that is procreation. Now, there's many different ways people contribute, and obviously, some people have biological issues. I think it is beneficial that everybody should try to work. I understand some people are incapable. All right, it's just these are broad. We're obviously using broad strokes here.
Well, you went from authoritarian down to the idea of pressuring people towards, procreate.
Yeah, the difference is I don't use a military to do this.
Oh, yeah. Pressure is still pressure at the same time. So this is a very...
I mean, there's a pretty vast difference between military force and simple sociological pressure.
Yeah, we just want to tell people they can't be who they are.
So yeah. I'm trying to get down. I'm trying to
I love
drill.
this
I'm trying to drill. down to the heart of this. And one thing I'm saying is that is an attempt to maintain culture is what it is that by creating by allowing there to proliferate a societal pressure to for everyone who is capable of having kids to have kids, all that really does is ensure that that particular culture will continue to survive the way it currently persists, and it risks alienating those who are unable to have kids or simply do not have the drive to have them, and it risks putting people in a position where they have kids where they are not financially able to sustain them.
Who has the greater burden? Does society have the greater burden to accommodate individuals, or do individuals have the greater burden to acclimate to society?
It's a give and take. It shouldn't be like a one-sided burden on either side. The people working cooperatively is what provides the foundation for the society, and the people coexisting under the established rules of the society is what maintains its stability.
Well, yeah, you're saying a society should look out for a society. Like, yes, the collective make up the society. I'm well aware of that.
So, but I don't want us to get off in the weeds here, because now we're just talking about like having kids and everything. Gay people have kids. Being gay doesn't make you infertile, and being gay doesn't mean that you don't want kids. So
okay. Well, again, I would not outlaw being gay. I would just simply say, hey, maybe keep your dick in your pants.
Why?
Because okay, all right. So I'm going to be like, I'm literally in California right now. I live a few miles outside of San Francisco. Okay, I believe that now San Francisco is. I think if you were to take your viewpoint, San Francisco has taken that and ran with it. What you end up with is dudes jerking off in front of children.
That's never happened.
I love the slippery slope.
That is okay. Hold up. I know exactly what report you're referring to.
I'm not referring to a report. I am referring to the fact that I was in San Francisco during this debauchery because I had to be there.
I can tell you right now that if someone did that, anyone did that, straight or gay, that individual will be arrested for lewd and lascivious.
Unless the police can't keep up with it, which was in fact the case.
So
now, granted, you can make the argument, what were those children doing there? I will agree with you, that was poor parenting. But it doesn't change the fact that this was happening. And this is what happens when you completely debase a society.
Oh
no.
My God.
Okay. When you're talking about complete debasement of society, you're going like Andrew pointed out earlier, you're going to these hardcore extremes.
It's a hardcore extreme if it wasn't already in existence.
I am fucking talking.
We're both talking, man. This is a conversation. Relax.
You are going to an extreme. Those laws still exist in a humanist society. The existence of a God, and guess what? Even in a society that has a prevalence towards, or has a predilection towards a particular God, these things still happen and are still against the law. Okay? They exist no matter what. They would exist in the theocracy. Pedophile priests still exist. Only in this world, in this country, where we provide more latitude to believers than we do to non-believers, pedophile priests are harder to turn in and bring to justice because the people that they confess to are not mandated reporters, and because they're people of the faith, they're awarded more latitude because they're people's connection to God, which is how the Catholic Church did what it did for so long. So you're not
okay. Well, first of all, just a quick correct. All right, fine, keep going, dude. I don't know why you're getting so heated.
You are not because you fucking interrupt me. You are not identifying a problem that is unique to any particular society, especially one that you view subjectively would be depraved. Okay?
It's also, sorry to interrupt, but it's also baffling to me that you say that you wouldn't make it illegal for gay people to exist, but you would say to keep it in their pants. Well, I would say to you, how would it feel if I said I wouldn't make being Christian illegal? I would just tell them to keep their Bible closed. Or I would tell them to keep their church doors closed. Like, that's fucked up, right?
So, okay. So, you literally just made my point for me.
How?
Because you said that these laws would still exist, okay? And then your colleague there went and said, well, isn't that fucked up that you're telling them to keep it in their pants?
No. You're telling them to simply not engage in homosexual sex in a legal fashion, which is
no, that's not what I'm.
Okay,
you guys are straw manning me.
No. But guess what?
No, that's what you said.
No, I said
engaging. But guess what? Engaging in lewd and lascivious behavior in public is still against the law. And if they were caught, they would be arrested. Just like anyone who engaged in that behavior would be if they were caught by the police, or if someone who witnessed it called the police and reported them, or did a civilian detainment and turned them over to the cops, or took video of it so they could be prosecuted later. These things are still against the law.
Can I ask you a clarifying question?
What's up?
All right. So, in the humanistic framework, is all public displays of indecency illegal?
It depends upon what you're determining to be indecent.
There it is. Okay.
No. It is subjective. Okay. Public displays. Obviously, there's a lot of leeway. Obviously, there's a lot of interpretation there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
sure
because
is.
you can do a show in a club that is open to the public that has age limits on it. Okay. Obviously, there are going to be laws in place that will be very, very similar to ensure that minors are not exposed to material that they are not old enough to understand or emotionally handle. Those laws would still be in place. It's not like if we went to a secular humanist society, suddenly children can access porn all over the place. It's friggin' insane. It's not what happens. The laws are still in place. We will still protect our minors from being harmed, from psychological harm and emotional harm.
We will protect our minors from psychological harm. All right, cool. Again, who is determining what causes harm?
Society does. People do.
So society is
the same as they do now. It's the exact same. What determines harm? That which is moral and that which is considered moral and that which is considered legal are not the exact same circle. It's a Venn diagram. But there are things that are legal that are obviously immoral. There are things that are immoral that are still legal. And then you have an overlap between the two where the two line up. But they're not identical in that Venn. It's a Venn diagram.
Mm-hmm.
People are who decide that what is legal and what is illegal. What you think is moral and immoral informs what laws you support and what laws you don't support. But ultimately, we all live under the same legal code, which is the one that we can enforce.
Right, but
you're talking about social acceptance of these too, because then you're saying, well, I wouldn't make it illegal, but I would make it okay to be socially against certain things.
Sure. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that.
Which is entirely subjective. Now, when it comes down to it, if there are things that are permitted within society, that are legally permitted within society, that behaviors that are engaged in that are not illegal, everything you pointed at right now is illegal and would continue to be illegal because we understand empirical harm that these things do in certain settings.
Okay,
but
empirical harm.
Yes.
All right. You're using a lot of loaded terms.
It's not a loaded term. We can demonstrate the harm that sexual activity, that when minors expose to sexual activity, that it does them psychological and emotional harm. We can demonstrate that. We know it.
Okay, so in your humanistic framework, you would make it illegal for minors to have sex changes because of the psychological, emotional harm that we know that it causes them long term.
No, we would have.
There it is.
No, hold up. It requires nuance, dude.
No, so there is no framework whatsoever.
Okay.
It's all just whatever we decide.
We would do gender affirming care, as we have established here in the United States. Gender affirming care that starts at the point where they begin to help them transition and go through that process as minimally invasive as possible until they are able to make decisions for themselves.
That is,
we also should have
that
a
entire
expectation
statement
of
was
privacy.
fucking wild.
No, it's
we
not.
will help them transition until they are old enough to make decisions for themselves.
When they can
Do
make
you not
decisions
hear
regarding
yourself?
No, when they can make decisions regarding actual physical changes to their body. But
When they
gender
can,
but gender affirming
so
care,
we will help them transition.
Gender affirming care saves lives. And gender affirming
Not.
care can take a number of different forms. And yes, it should not be outlawed, and it should be utilized for individuals who are struggling with their identity.
And
It can
this
help
is
them.
the problem
Gender
with
affirming
humanistic
care can
ideals.
also-
You are saying you're
No,
using a lot of
random. I got to ask you this: do you think that trans people don't exist?
I am well aware the mentally ill exists.
Okay, get the fuck out of
my
here.
God. Yeah, no.
Get the
I
fuck
was
out of
gonna
here.
say
You
also-
get the fuck out of here, you rancid piece of shit.
Yeah, no.
You
That
have
was
no
just
you have no place
platforming.
in this fucking channel, and I don't want you here.
Yeah, it would be just platforming to have them go on anymore.
I'm
But
banning
also,
him from there.
also cis people get gender affirming care. Boys who develop breast tissue, they can be bullied and even undergo psychological issues for them growing breasts that they would straight up end their own lives.
Gynecomastia is the term
Yeah.
for that. Yeah.
So, like, it's not just trans people, trans kids who are getting gender affirming care. It's also cis kids.
What a miserable fuck. That earned a ban. He is banned. So
Thank goodness. It was also bouncing all over the place. Like,
Hello.
I don't understand how he married any two subjects together that we talked about.
yeah. Well, we do have somebody over in a Tree Man is over in the Discord. And by the way, I wanted to look this up, and I wanted to see actually Juggernaut Jared Reed sent me a message on Discord. The persistent myth of the nuclear family. Yeah. So from ancient DNA to baby bonuses, the persistent myth of the nuclear family conceals diverse kin-making practices, even without context. You know, what I found is this. The nuclear family is no longer universally viewed as the sole benchmark for a successful family. While historically and statistically linked to certain economic advantages, modern sociologists and psychologists emphasize that family success is defined by the quality of relationships, emotional support, and a stable environment rather than its specific structure. The shifting, and then it goes into the shifting societal reality, the case for the nuclear family, what actually matters most, which research shows that the active ingredients of a thriving family are not defined by marital status or biological ties, but by stable caregiving, strong adult relationships, and support systems. Support systems are so vitally important. So, yeah. So, fuck that piece of shit. He will not be back. That was the second time he's been. He didn't turn into that like a transphobe, bigoted asshole the last time he was here. So, and we got so far off track. I mean,
Right.
but he went to, what was it? It started out like God is unnecessary, and without God, therefore we allow trans people to exist, which is just fucking insane. So,
I think without God, we allow trans people to exist. I can agree on that.
yeah, we acknowledge that he likely was Jose. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, without a God concept to get in the way, we allow people to acknowledge their identities and be who they are.
Disagree.
So, I fucking hate bigoted assholes. Fucking hell.
Yeah, there's a fine line between having a decent conversation and then platforming some bigot. And yeah, unfortunately, it sometimes goes way into the other end.
So let me see here real quick. Joe Rocker, good to see you, bud. Jesus would best be described as trans. He was born with XX chromosomes, but identified as male. Agreed.
I
was-
made
so
this
was God.
exact comment.
Yeah.
I,
So was
I made
God.
this
God
exact.
was trans.
Also, if you think about it, Eve would have had to have been a clone of Adam. So
Right.
Eve would have also had to have been biologically male, most likely.
And Aaron Reese, good to see you, bud. I'm glad you're doing well. It says, how many nuclear families aren't actually nuclear because daddy is fucking anything that moves? Good point. Excellent point. And Lightspeed Tractor is still in the chat. I don't know what they're yapping about, but Lightspeed Tractor, you're more than welcome to come up on stage to address something. Van the Man 52, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, bud. Says, I do believe gender dysmorphia is a disorder, not a disease, which is treated with gender affirming care. Gender affirming care is not just cut parts off. Agreed.
Right. And they're not mentally ill. It's a societal problem.
Aw, what a crybaby. He doesn't want to come on stage. I'll have to
Come
message him
on.
here.
I'm sure you'll be, well, I hope at least, you'll be a lot better than our last guest. Because we at least agreed on the wine thing, remember?
Tree Man. Tree Man, oh, should have come up here.
Shoulda or is gonna?
Yeah, Tree Man was never coming up here. He is a constant precept whiny. I have only the most derogatory words to use. Vile, potentially toss viling. He is trash, and he'll be my chew toy forever.
Could be entertaining.
No, his kind is not entertaining. He's just obnoxious. Yeah, so I did want to shout at the other guy a lot.
Not at all, corner cutter.
Yeah.
Aaron Reese had a good comment.
All right. I had the Discord going in my ear, and I was sending a message to somebody to see if I could actually get him up here. Let me see here. I can tell it was interesting. I will say this about it. It seemed to me, I could be wrong on this. It seemed to me that Random Thoughts was kind of taken aback, or like his reaction was kind of like surprised that he'd never heard the social benefits of homosexual activity amongst men, like the societal benefits and the bonding benefits. He'd never heard those before, because I don't think he knew how to respond, because there is no response to that, because he can recognize the bonding utility of having sex and the feelings that the action facilitates, and the trust that it facilitates, and that these things are positive things in society. And so men that have that level of intimacy trust each other better and are more effective when they are trying to accomplish goals, because they have that trust built. And so I don't think he was prepared for that, or he'd never heard it before in his life. So
you could hear him audibly staggering.
I don't think he was ever even interested. Frankly, this is where I start calling for malice, because in the end, everything he was coming with was veiled. He has his strong position. He was always there. He was always going to stay there. He's already picked the bad guy. These things are wrong. All things lead to worst possible outcome. He will take any example, and where is this in society? He sees one thing happen once, and that's the end of it. Bringing up when you brought up pedophile priests, you beat me to the punch by seconds. Seconds. I was going right for it, because it's like, indeed, bad stuff happens all over the place, and we do deal with it when it comes up. It's not like this is permitted.
Well, to an extent, Andrew, I would disagree with you, because he was audibly staggering when I brought up the comment about communism and atheism.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, he did.
And he was taken aback by the fact that this whole marrying between the ideas of communism and atheism is a McCarthyism ideology. It comes from the 50s in the United States, not even the atheist countries, or well, not atheist, communist countries. He's even got me saying it now. See?
Yeah, I agree. There's a portion that it's programmed, right? It's very evangelical kind of outlook along the way, and it does tie to communism as being like a slippery slope natural outcome. Like it's either A or B. It's always black or white.
Right. It's inherently atheist.
There is that, but I was getting down to the idea that basically the hardline view was solid before we ever got to that point of the conversation. So he was never going to be addressing any of those other things because it's already demonic for the reasons he thinks. It doesn't matter what other aspects we brought up. That was never going to go anywhere with him.
I think the parts about the communism thing really did change his mind a little bit. He may still hold the same positions, but I think that's the extent to where we were going to change him, because you'll notice immediately he goes into, after he was just wrecked on communism and atheism, he went straight to the forming a government, and then was trying to goad us into the trans and gay arguments.
Right.
Yeah, the second he went Handmaid's Tale and we realized that we're all just down there.
I had that same fucking thought. I was like, this is how you get to Gilead.
Yeah.
It's like, well, if you want Handmaid's Tale, sure.
Yeah, I did bring it up earlier, but I guess it was kind of lost in the mix somewhere.
It's like, holy fuck.
This is my least favorite episode of Handmaid's Tale ever, was my comment. So yeah, because that's why I wanted to find out, like, because you also beat me to the punch with sterile people, for instance. Should people who are sterile, like, oh, your wife's sterile, you should divorce her then and get married so you can pump out more kids, right? It's like your value is what? Being a biological producer. So yeah, I was getting all of the worst fundamentalist.
He probably also hasn't ever heard of intersex people.
Oh no!
The sheer existence of intersex people existing just destroys the argument.
I've got two overarching things for you to consider, because you brought up a good point with the fact of the staggering effect with the commentary with regards to the political side. Mm-hmm. The ick side, I think, is lodged deep.
Yeah.
So yeah, politically, you may be able to move him a nudge, but he will not view them as human.
Right.
The ick, that damage, whatever made that way in there, that's a grown-ass man, and the odds of coming back from that are real effing low. That is ick buried deep.
Oh yeah. And I love this. I love
this. Eject.
I love this from
with
Joe.
You, JL.
Yeah, so I just asked ChatGPT which nation is a true free market, and it laughed at me and made itself dumber until 5:03 p.m. tomorrow. Fucking brilliant, Joe. That's brilliant. If there's a believer in the chat, we'd love to have you up on the stage. You can click the link in the side chat and come on up. We'd love to hear what you have to say, any evidence or argumentation you want to present. If you want to address one of the topics on the screen, come on up. Bring it. Jose says, and Jose says, what the fuck was he going on about how humanism not being able to define a human? It's absolutely insane. I tried to break it down and recognizing that, and he was right to acknowledge that there can be disagreements. Like, people could tribalistically disagree about what fully qualifies as a human being, but if we acknowledge all the things that are scientifically verified, which, people have experiences, and but if you remove one of them, it doesn't eliminate them from the category. I tried to explain it the best I could, but
that was really not necessary for the guy, though, because there's two things that went on there. A, we already know there's people he's not going to count as human. We found that out the hard way later.
Which is fucked up. Yeah.
We found that out later.
I'm against humanism, or he's against humanism. I was trying to quote it, but he's basically saying he's against humanism because it allows trans people to exist. Fuck that piece of shit.
Well, there's two things there, because one, you can tell that he wants a prescriptivist view of there. He wants something hardline, and that's only going to come from something that's theological in nature. That was baked in. As soon as I saw the formula forming there, I knew that's what it was, because I was hearing Charlie Kirk in the background going, "What's a woman? Define a woman."
Yeah.
it's like he hardly had to change the word at all. So yeah, he's just another one of those.
It always leaves those assholes scrambling when someone actually when they ask that question and someone delivers a concise answer as to what it is, and it's not what they expect, but it's one that they can't really argue against, because what they're really just arguing is biology against sociology, and the differentiation between biological sex and social identity and gender identity. So, and they're trying to lump them all together, but when they're but when shown that they're not necessarily the case, especially when you start breaking down the biology and start breaking down the sociology, like what we socially accept, what we have socially agreed upon represents what we acknowledge to be the I guess feminine, and what we acknowledge to be masculine, and what we acknowledge these things. And then in biology, how these things are not binary in that respect, not to mention with intersex people, but trans people as well, but also individuals who do not have certain biological function. A guy, like a person who was born who has XY chromosomes and has the genetic template, but is born without a dick. Is that still a man? Well, it's their chromosomes. Okay, what if they're? And then you can just keep changing it over and over again because they're not binary. It's so beyond fucked. That's why I always recommend. There was a magnificent video that Forrest Valkai did called "Sex and Sensibility," which is like I think almost 2 hours long, where he breaks all this shit down. Brilliant vid. Strongly recommend it to anybody who wants to learn about this stuff. I've tried recommending it to bigots, and they always be like, well, that's just like commie Marxist, socialist bullshit, like woke, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And so they don't want to learn. But nonetheless, it's a brilliant video.
My U.S. senator called me a communist, Marxist, radical leftist for inviting her to a town hall that our community did. The paper's still up in Breitbart.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see. We're at the 4-hour mark, and that was that conversation turned so gross so fast.
Did we have like a couple videos or something?
Yeah, we did some reviews, but I don't want it to be like, nonstop reviewing stuff. I'm hoping to get someone else on stage who'd be interested in talking about what they believe and why.
Right. We do, but then we found out what it was, and you.
I know, right?
Hey, win some, lose some. It's the game, man. We know we risk it.
Beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. Watch me.
Touche.
I can selectively starve.
Yeah.
Well,
it's called a mini cut, okay, technically.
It's fasting.
Well, I've put feelers out to see if we can get any believers on stage, and I'm hoping that somebody from Discord might dig it and want to come up on stage to talk, if they're a believer, to talk about what they believe and why. I know we get a lot of people in here that agree with a lot of the points on stage, which I don't think is a problem. I wish Tree Man hadn't blocked me on Discord.
No. He already came in last week into Discord, and I've known him for a couple of years because of the other channel. And he is nothing but aggro. And it's like, you want to go aggro, I'll go aggro.
Yeah.
Well,
I've engaged with Tree Man. I've engaged with him in the past, and his arguments are terrible. I think he's one of the guys that tries to argue for veganism, which is just moral grandstanding. But I wanted to see what he had.
My guess is a tragic.
Yes, yeah, corner cutter. I know you're in the Discord. The live stream can't hear you, but yes, he's a guy who would argue. I think he would argue for the moral, that veganism was more moral than like being a vegetarian or being an omnivore.
Well, I've got to head to bed because I have a important doctor's appointment tomorrow. But I really appreciate you having me up here. And if I could, would you mind if I do 2 shout-outs?
Shit, I gotta deafen myself. I apologize, Espresso. I had somebody. I had to deafen myself on Discord. Are you heading out?
I am. I have an important doctor's appointment tomorrow, but I did want to ask if I could shout out 2 other atheist content creators.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
Awesome. So yeah, Async Network.
Gretchen.
Gretchen is great. She's the necessary wave function, as we found out on Deconstruction Zone Discord.
Nice.
And also, I would recommend Joel Reed's Bible and Mezzo. They're hilarious. But yeah, I will see you guys later.
Awesome. Appreciate it, Espresso. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
No problem. See ya.
All right. We are a little past the 4-hour mark. And we haven't gotten it. We don't have anybody in the back, which is kind of a bummer. But we have had some. You gotta join the stage, Corner Cutter. Just use the link. Use the link in the side chat. That'll take you to the YouTube channel. And then there's a StreamYard link that's embedded in the side chat. And then that'll bring you up on stage. Is there something that you want to discuss? I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. Sorry, I got to mute myself real quick because I got the live stream going. But I appreciate it, Corner. And you're always welcome to hang out in the live chat and check it out. And if you like, check out my channel. If you like my channel, then maybe you'll like my content. So I appreciate it, bud. Yeah. Yeah, just use like I said, use the link. That'll take you to the live chat. It's over there in the side chat. And you can check out my channel from there. Cool. Appreciate it. I got to deafen myself over there real quick. All right. So Joe Rocker says, prove atheism. If I'm proving atheism, I'm simply proving that I don't believe that a God or God exists. I'm proving my mental state. Okay. I can only self-report that. So that I do not believe that any God or gods exist. That's what atheism is. Nothing is predicated upon it. No philosophical or scientific positions are predicated upon it. So if you want me to prove non-theism, that no gods exist, obviously you want to get into the linguistic, the linguistics of it. But definitely check out Gretchen's channel. She does amazing stuff, and there's a bunch of content creators that are out there that do really, really good stuff. But I think we may have to. I think this is a good point because we're at 4 hours past, and unfortunately, not getting a ton of people in. Not as lively as the last one was. And we've already done like a review of some reviews of content. And this may be a point where I call it kind of an early night. Normally I try to take it till midnight, but this may be a good point. Even just as it's been super dead today as far as getting people in. Plus, I think there are some bigger channels that are still going right now. And with it dragging out, I don't want it to bore people. So I think this may be a good slot. So what I will say is this, try to bide some time, maybe draw it out. I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank everybody for the super chats that have come through. And of course, remember those membership milestones. You get a free one every month. All you channel members do. So let me know how long you've been a member of the Godless Army. I do appreciate all that support. If you'd like to be a member of the Godless Army, it's only 99 cents per month. It's about as much as I value my content. So, and you get access to all the custom emojis and of course the channel badge that expands that is based off the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're a member here, the more your mind expands as it increases. So, but yeah, I appreciate all that support. I couldn't do this channel without it. So you guys rock. And of course, I have new content coming out. So new content coming out next Tuesday will be part 3 of the look at Lionel Luckhoo. So I hope you guys appreciate it. Those videos are not doing extraordinarily well. I think it's the algorithm, but I did release it as a 4-parter. So I don't know. Hopefully that the part 3 will get a bit of a boost, but I hope you guys dig it. I had a lot of positive responses to part 1 and part 2, and part 3 and part 4 are on the way. I also have a debate. I have a debate this Friday over at Skeptic Haven. Yeah, Juggernaut Jared Reed's bringing it up. It's the debate tomorrow. The debate is not Thursday. The debate will be on Friday. Friday, July 17th at 7 p.m. Central Time. It'll be over on Skeptic Haven. The thumbnails are already up for it, so you'll be able to see it. You'll be able to see me there, where I will be debating moral anti-realism against a moral realist, specifically against a guy named Robert who runs the channel Atheism Defeated, which is hilarious to me. And thank you, Joe Rocker, who is casting magical spells for me. I do appreciate that. You rock. So yeah, join us over at Skeptic Haven Friday, and go over to check it out. Subscribe, hit the bell so you get the notification, and hopefully I'll see a bunch of you over there when I'm debating him and I am taking his lunch money and then buying. I'm not going to go when I'm taking his lunch money. I'm not going to say what I'm going to do with that lunch money, but nonetheless. And I'm really, really happy because I finally got my MRI scheduled for this Saturday. So I'm finally going to get my back imaged, and that makes me extremely happy. So finally got my doctor's, my doctor like doing what I need them to do. And so looking forward to that and finally figuring out what I can do about getting my back fixed so I can get back in the gym. That'll be a lot of fun. So all kinds. It's a busy week. It's a busy week this week. To Bridge the Divides, content released, debate on Friday, to the doctor on Saturday. So, but other than that, I don't got much else. What about you, Andrew?
Nope, same old on my side. Kind of quiet.
Cool. And thank you so much, Point Relative, who has gifted 10 memberships to the Godless Army. Welcome. Let me see. Oh, I don't have the fucking stream pulled up because I am because I am a dill hole. What I can do is bring it up. And I can welcome, as soon as I go to the live chat instead of the top chat. So welcome Juggernaut Jared Reed, Jay Patrick, Aaron Reese, Hose of the Demon, Rude Mean Crab, Cicero Lipschitz, Mr. Hibgabs, Kalasia7896, Cops. Are the biggest gang of all. I don't know who that is or why they're subscribed to my channel, but Fern Love Bond and Fern Love Bond, welcome to the Godless Army. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Point Relative, for that support. That rocks. So welcome all you new members. I appreciate you being here. And look at Jay Patrick. He's like, thanks, Point Relative. Jay Patrick, who's been a mod for forever. So thank you all very much for that support. Thank you, Point Relative, for that. Very, very generous. And of course, enjoy all the custom emojis and of course the channel badge if you decide to continue that past the free month. So you guys rock. All right. Well, this has been I think this has been interesting. Not as lively as the Sunday one, but kind of grosser. You know, like how we do it. But maybe next Sunday we'll pop off. Maybe I should add a third one. Now, I got to open the door to the TikTok thing. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to focus on. I'm going to wait until I can focus on opening the door to the TikTok crowd and see what kind of conversations I can have there. All right. And we're going to make that happen soon. So I appreciate it. Once again, I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you all so much. It's been fantastic. And as always, I am JL. This has been the Stage of Reason here at Bridge the Divide. Be safe. Be excellent to each other. Oh, shit. No. Hit the like button. Hit the dislike button if you didn't like it. Leave a comment because it drives the algorithm. Because I really need those drives in the algorithm right now. That really, really helps. So push us in the algorithm with that stuff. And as always, be safe. Be excellent to each other. And together we can bridge the divide. Except with bigoted piece of shit like Random Thoughts. Can't bridge the divide with those assholes. But with other people we can. Yeah. So little caveat there. Yeah. Fuck that asshole. Fuck that asshole.
I was gonna go Team America. I was gonna fucking do it. I swear to God, it's.